Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. Let's check to make sure we are, in fact, streaming to the places we are supposed to be. Yes, we are. Make sure that the people in my groups see that we are doing our daily show here on Facebook. Here we go. Hop into our live daily show. Fantastic. Let's jump into it. What's happening here on Rumble? All right. Your videos live on Rumble. Yes. Okay, perfect. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere near the Kentucky Derby. My name's Brian Engelman. Today is Cinco de Mayo 2025, and this is the TNAM AM Show. All right. Thanks for joining us today. Hello, David Ben. Just opened the doors, and we got our first regular hanging out with us. I consider myself to be Brian the bartender. We got the ice poured. We got the lemons and limes cut. We have the chairs turned down, the tables wiped. We are ready to open for business. On today's program, we're going to discuss the Kentucky Derby, which is why we are streaming this to our sports shows. Yes, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show on our Facebook private group. Join that group. Also on the Unhappy Hour Sports Show on YouTube. So when we're done talking about the Kentucky Derby, you can tune out, disregard the rest of the video because we're going to cover current events, politics. Oh my gosh, my sensitivities can't handle discussing the things going on in this world. Well, then please leave after the sports. And just to briefly touch upon the fact that the number 1 seed Cleveland Cavaliers lost game 1 to Halliburton and the Pacers. Bad officiating, letting the Pacers just mollywop, thwomp, thwack, and really go to town on the Cavaliers without calling the fouls. So now the Cleveland Cavaliers, the number 1 seed in the East, have lost home court advantage. And we are facing that. We're down to 8 teams. It's 8 teams that we have to choose from who are going to win the championship. Let's just take a quick look. We're not going to spend a ton of time on this, but I will mention it because we're going to cover the sports in the beginning part of today's program and, of course, get into all of the interesting news. If you have thoughts or comments or jokes, please type them in the side comment section. Once we get the comments rolling, we will pop them onto the screen and work that into the show. So right now you have the number 1 seed Thunder battling the number 4 Nuggets. Nuggets are a championship team. Thunder have got a lot of work cut out for them there. And so do the Cavaliers, trailing 1-0 to the 4 seed Pacers. Game 1 set to start between the number 3 Knicks and the number 2 Celtics. That should be a good series. And in the West, we have the Timberwolves, number 6 seed, playing the number 7 Warriors. Another team with championship pedigree. Of course, the Celtics have that pedigree as well. So it's down to 1 of 8 teams is going to win the NBA championship, and I am hoping that it's going to be the Cleveland Cavaliers, of course. But we'll see how that shakes out. You have the hockey bracket as well. Same situation, same scenario. Down to 8 teams. Let me full screen this for you. Maple Leafs, number 1 seed Maple Leafs take on the number 3 Panthers in game 1. That series kicks off today. Number 1 Capitals against the number 2 Hurricanes. That starts tomorrow in the Eastern Conference. And then in the Western, you have the number 1 Jets against the number 2 Stars. That's tough when number 1 plays number 2 in the same bracket. But I guess they have it kind of weirded out here where you got 1 seeds coming out of each bracket. So it is what it is. Theirs is a little different, I suppose. Maybe it's not different from basketball. Well, no, it is, because in the East, you only have 1 number 1 seed. So it's weird how they do it in hockey. But regardless, number 1 Jets against the number 2 Stars. That opens up, I believe, in Dallas then, if that's Jets at Stars. And that'll be on Wednesday in game 1 against the number 1 Golden Knights and the number 3 Oilers kicking off tomorrow. So that's what you have. Want to talk to you about, where is, I don't really see a place to click. Yeah, Kentucky Derby. Over the weekend, you had Sovereignty outdueling journalism. Did you catch that? You know, I called it, what was the name of today's program? We said, oh, wait a minute. My title didn't show up here. That's weird. I need to correct that. Sovereignty defeated journalism, and we called it a parable. A terrible parable. Where is it at? Live. Yeah, Sovereignty defeats journalism. I put that in for the Rumble title, and they removed it. They just said the TNAM AM Show. No, I didn't do that. I put that in there. All right, so we have updated that, but we titled the show Sovereignty Defeats Journalism, a Kentucky Derby parable about the 2025 MAGA revival. And of course, if you take a look here, we have our graphic. President Trump riding the winning horse. Hey, there's Deb from Sacramento. I don't have to ask Deb from Sac where she's at. I remember. Deb from Sacramento, David Bann from Ontario. Good morning, Deb. So yes, right there's President Trump riding the horse. Of course, he didn't ride the horse, but you know, it is an interesting parable. It's an interesting, the horses' names were interesting, and I will tell you that, you know, I do not encourage anyone to gamble per se, because that's a personal choice you have to make. Not everybody is capable of having a beverage and, you know, being responsible with that, whatever that looks like. Not everybody's capable of putting a couple bucks down on the ponies without mortgaging their future. And placing bets with the mob. So I picked Sovereignty because I loved the name. I'm like, oh, that feels prophetic, doesn't it? And so that bet won. Unfortunately, I did place a couple other bets, and overall, I think in total, $30 was lost on the series of bets. Bet on Baeza, bet on Toby Keith's horse, bet on James Hetfield's horse, some country music, some rock and roll / heavy metal music, whatever you call Metallica. Placed a couple other bets. So yes, hit on Sovereignty. You won the exacta? Now, what is the exacta? Does that mean the number 1, number 2, number 3 in order, meaning exactly in order? Is that what that means? I don't bet enough to like really know, but it's like, okay, I'll bet Sovereignty wins. Hey, by the way, see this guy? Bob Baffert? This dude. I met him, got a picture with him on the backside of the Kentucky Derby 3 years ago. He was suspended, and now he's back. Bob Baffert. Good for the sport, bad for the sport. I don't know. Well, here in Louisville, Kentucky, it says Sovereignty gave trainer Bill Mott a second Kentucky Derby victory. This time there was no doubt about it and no asterisk. Sovereignty outdueled 3-1 favorite journalism down the stretch to win the 151st Derby in the slop on Saturday, snapping an 0-for-13 skid by owner Godolphin. Mott won his first Derby in 2019, also on a sloppy track, when Country House was elevated to first after Maximum Security crossed the finish line first and was disqualified during a 22-minute delay. Yeah, that was a weird one. Took a few minutes for Saturday's results to be made official while the stewards sorted out a photo for second and reviewed a traffic-choked start. Mott knew all the while who earned the garland of red roses. This one got there the right way. By the way, I did have a buddy who I played football with back for my undefeated. Okay, so the exacta is just the first and second, not the third. Am I getting that right? Exacta is for the first and second horse, not the third. What is it called when you get the first, second, and third right? And they do like win, place, or show. So you could like pick some that like just come into 1, 2, or 3, I guess. I don't know. But shout out to my buddy Brian Engelman, who I played football with. He was hired to work the event, took some really cool pictures. You can find them on the Unhappy Hour Sports Show on Facebook, our private group with more than 2,000 members. Yes, we keep it private. Just, we want to eliminate some spam and make sure the right people are engaging in the topics. But please join that group on Facebook. He took some nice pictures. Yeah, it was very muddy. It was very sloppy. These horses were filthy by the end of it. I mean, just sloppy. I mean, there's no way to control the weather, but you could, instead of making this the first Saturday in May, you could push it back a little bit so that maybe it's not so rainy. I don't know. They've done 150. Okay, so exacta is 1 and 2. Trifecta is 1, 2, 3. You do the gambling. Good for you for winning. How much did you bet and how much did you win? All right. So, yeah, just a whole bunch. The victory was worth $3.1 million from the $5 million purse. I don't know if I'm surprised that the horse wins 3.1 million or if it's only 3.1 million. I don't know. Okay, so Baeza came in third. I did bet on them. So there you go. That happened over the weekend. So I caught you up with the Kentucky Derby, caught you up with NHL, and the NBA. All right, sports fans, if you want to duck out, you can duck out. Thank you very much. But over here on the New American Media, we talk about more than just sports because, come on, there's a lot of important stuff going on, and I'm trying to make sense of it. This show, we try to unpack what's happening. We discuss it together, and your comments make it really fantastic. You improve the quality of this show tenfold. And we're going to get into those stories. But yeah, we called it a parable. Is it a parable, a simile? Is it just kind of interesting that sovereignty has defeated journalism? What does that mean? Let's go to a definition. I don't want that. Actually, let me go to Grok. I don't like Google. I really don't like Google. I don't like how they ruined YouTube. YouTube celebrated 20 years. YouTube's only 20 years old. Started in 2005. Google snatched it up for $1.5 billion. What a deal. In 2006. And they've been ruining it ever since. Turning into a propaganda rag. They will not let people like us, people like you, the viewer, they won't let us cover the news. They won't let us monetize and earn a living. They only do that for authoritative sources, people that drink the Kool-Aid and repeat the talking points and push the propaganda and lies. Let's do definition through Grok. Sovereignty. Sovereignty. There we go. Sovereignty is the supreme authority of a state to govern itself. make its own laws, and control its territory and population without external interference. I mean, are you following that? Did you catch that? Oh, you put a $10 bet and won 300. Bang. Superfecta 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Do they have a fecta for like all of the horses in all of the order? That feels like impossible to achieve, which makes it super interesting to think about. But listen to this. Sovereignty has absolutely been under attack by George Soros, Barack Hussein Obama, pushing his Obama doctrine of colonization, pumping 30 million illegal alien invaders, mostly military-aged men, no idea what their background is, what their knuckle tattoos are, what criminal history they have. And we've been seeing American after American being abused, destroyed, eliminated, ended, put into the ground by Barack Hussein Obama's army of minions who have invaded to take over this sovereign nation. We've seen it across. Oh, hold on. For the people out there say, oh, stop it. What are you talking about? It was Joe Biden that was president. Okay. Number one, he was resident. I think the history books are not going to be kind to whatever the hell played out in 2024, by the way. That's where I'll put up the countervailing views. Go to cisa.gov/rumor control. Scrolling at the bottom of the screen, because they'll tell you 2020 was the only free and fair election in the history of elections. All the rest were sketchy, especially if a non-deep state Democrat traitor wins, right? If they can't rig the system and put their puppet in place, then obviously there must have been shenanigans and maybe a Putin puppet, right? Maybe Putin rigged the election or something, right? That's what they'll tell you. But you know better. You know better. You saw that Joe Biden couldn't draw a bath, let alone draw a crowd, let alone 81 million completely legitimate votes. But go ahead, countervailing views on elections and health issues. CDC.gov, WHO.int, and CISA.gov/rumor control. I'll tell you this at the bottom of the screen now. Please make sure you're following the New American Media in all of these places, because if you're just here on YouTube, Deb and David and everybody else, look, we received a strike for the first time in 14 years. They're threatening to disable our account. They did shut us down from posting for a week. So you cannot rely on YouTube, which is why I'm so anti-YouTube. I cannot rely on them as legitimate business partners to help grow my brand and produce enough revenue to keep doing this for the number of ungodly hours that I contribute. The ungodly number of hours that I spend researching and show preparation and generally understanding the news enough so that I can deliver something interesting to you. I'm trying to earn a living doing this, and YouTube is getting in the way of me doing that. So they smacked me on the wrist, wouldn't tell me why. They didn't like my US aid episode. They called it misinformation. And that being said, that's why I ask people to follow us on our Rumble account. I could show you. Well, I don't really have a page to show you. It would just be this one. I guess I could leave that page and just go to my content. Actually, where's my home page? Dashboard, my content. Maybe I can go to my channel. There you go. Go to the New American Media. We still have the upside down flag. We put that up. We created a new logo and a graphic intro because we felt the direction we were headed under Kamala Harris. Remember Kamala Harris, who received 0 votes from any delegates? And then she ran a coup to overthrow Joe Biden, just like some people say happened in 2020 when a coup was run to oust President Trump. Some people say, of course. I felt we were headed in a really bad direction. So the upside down flag is a symbol of a nation in distress. We've been conquered. We've been taken over. We've been invaded. This is the Obama doctrine. This is what he is intentionally doing across the globe. Look at all of Europe being flooded with non-citizens to permanently change their voting base, to permanently allow monsters in that are going to abuse the citizens of that country, to steal their money and give it to people that are not residents, are not citizens of that nation. So I'm asking you to follow me in the other places. Search the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, and YouTube. We're also on Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. We're on X at American_media_. That's another good outlet for us. It's kind of tricky sometimes figuring out the algorithms and what makes things work and what makes them fail. Who knows? It really is just kind of like rolling the dice. Some days they'll let a bunch of people see your content, and other days they won't. But follow us there and also get our podcast, The Agree to Disagree Show, on Spotify and Apple. And of course, if anyone wants to throw any tips into our tip jar, the donation links are now at the bottom of the screen. On Patreon at The New American Media, Venmo at Brian Engelman, Cash App $ Brian Engelman, and PayPal at Fuzz Installment. That's all scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Take a snapshot, pause it during the show if you would like to drop a tip into our tip jar. Yeah, I did the math. I went and looked again. We spend $40 a month just on the software to deliver you this program each month. That's bare minimum. That's not the electricity in the studio. That's not all of the time. It's just, it was about $500 a year to get this service so that I can deliver this show to more places than YouTube, since they're threatening my silencing. I said, no, I'll create some new accounts. I'll broadcast to some different places. So follow us there. Now, back to sovereignty. The whole concept of sovereignty is something that's antithetical to the New World Order, to the globalists, to the dirtbags, to the traitors, to the treasonous actors that are trying to overthrow this nation, just like they've done in Ireland, Scotland, England, Germany, France, Spain. You've seen it for a decade. They call it a migration crisis. Bullshit. It's the forced colonization by Barack Hussein Obama. The same people that rail about previous colonization, they're doing it now. Up to 30 million illegal alien invaders flooding into the nation of the United States, mostly military-aged men that could be sleeper cells waiting to activate and overthrow this nation in a bloody coup, since they couldn't blow Trump apart in Butler, Pennsylvania, or on the golf course, because Lord knows they've tried, and Lord knows they're probably still trying. So let's continue to say a prayer for protection for President Trump and his entire team as we try to fix what the deep state has been doing to destroy this formerly great nation for so long. Sovereignty. Definition, one more time. The supreme authority of a state to govern itself, make its own laws, and control its territory and population without external interference. It includes both internal sovereignty, which is control over domestic affairs, and external sovereignty, which is independence from foreign control and recognition by other states. All right? What does that mean? What does it mean? George Soros stealing money through U.S. aid, money laundering. Here it goes to an NGO, now another shell corporation, now another shell, playing the shell game. Follow the ball. Hit, whoop, whoop, hey, yep. Where's the ball? Whoop, it's under the shell. Nope, it's under the, whoop, it's gone. Yeah, 10% for the big guy every time along. 10% taken off, 10% taken off. Everybody in the gravy train has been stealing your money to give it to anti-American forces, to dissolve our border and flood our country with people that don't speak English, don't read English, don't comprehend English, can't communicate in English. People with vast criminal backgrounds, abusive, murderous, rapist backgrounds. Are you saying that every immigrant is a monster? No, you fool. But if there's toxins in your water supply, would you drink just a glass? Well, most of the water's okay. There's just a little bit of pathogens in there. Oh, there's just some viral load sitting in there that's going to make me violently ill or 6 feet under. Yeah, most of the water's fine. We just poured a thimbleful of arsenic in there. We just poured a thimbleful of poison into it. Go ahead, drink up. You mean the entire bowl of Skittles are bad? How dare you try to cast aspersions on all Skittles? Now let's take the Bobby Kennedy. I think Skittles are a very delectable treat, but we need to move past the petroleum-based food dyes and find another way to give Skittles that bright, vivid, bold color that consumers love so much. No, I'm not saying all Skittles are toxic. Let's take the food dyes away because, yes, food dyes are toxic. Now, I'm not saying all the Skittles are toxic. I just took a handful and chucked them in. These are poison pills, and they look like Skittles exactly. Just grab yourself a handful, welcome them into your community, and just hope it's not your child that's dragged behind the bushes and destroyed. Yeah, let's just pray that it's not your mother of 5 who's destroyed. Let's just pray it's not your Lake and Riley family member who's destroyed. On her way to med school to help society, but you let a dirtbag poison Skittle in? Yeah, just grab a handful, stuff your mouth. Hope you enjoy it. That's why you always filter for known poisons. That's what you're supposed to do at the border. That's what every nightclub does with a bouncer, a doorman. They check IDs. And they compare your face and your ID to the list of do not let any of these people in ever again. They've lost their privileges. That's what Obama's been doing, flooding this nation with problems. Oh, and stealing your money to pay for them. So sovereignty refers to our right as the United States of America to govern ourselves, to set the laws that make sense, to run this place efficiently. Look at what Doge has done to fix 1,000 problems already. And we're seeing reports about, I can't even keep track of the hundreds of millions. We're in the billion, I don't know, hundreds of millions. Massive numbers of funds that were supposed to go through the Treasury, they've been blocked. Funds that do not have a line item earmark. Every budget you do gets a line item. When you're on a homeowners association board of directors, for example, everything, there's a plumbing expense. Okay, that's 103. All right, there's a roofing expense. That's 104. There's a driveway expense. That's 105. There's a painting expense. That's 106. There's wood repairs, wood and fascia repairs, 107. 10. Everything that is every expenditure has an earmark. It has a descriptor. It has an identification tab. That's common sense. Unless you're money laundering and giving that money to non-governmental organizations, which are governmental organizations because they rely on the funding from what they steal from your pocketbook while we're $36 trillion in debt so that they can pay people who are not American citizens, many of them with disgusting criminal records that we should throw them in jail, not throw them into your neighborhood. That's what's been happening. Doge has cleaned up all of that. So a sovereign nation has cleaned up all of this. You call it waste, fraud, and abuse. You can call it sloppiness. You can call it outdated, antiquated. You seen these reports about government employees. The manila envelope folders have to go down into some rock quarry, some subterranean layer, and it takes weeks and weeks to finish the paperwork when someone retires or is fired. Like, these systems are beyond antiquated, expensive, and rife with fraud opportunities. How many fake people north of 115 years were on the Social Security rolls? They were still existing in our database. No. Those are potentialities for fraudulent ballots to be cast under those fake names, under those fake Social Security numbers. How many illegal aliens have been using fake identification to work or steal identities? This stuff, America has been under attack by the Democrat deep state, which also includes plenty of rhinos, Republicans in name only. Republicans in name only. David's wondering, is this the week that the handcuffs will come out? Now, I sure hope so. I'm ready. The only way we save it's great, all the stuff we've been doing to cut all of this unnecessary spending. And there has been collateral damage. I mean, I know several people who have lost their jobs, who were working in government. I mean, these were good people doing good things. Like, they weren't money laundering. They weren't doing any bullshit. But as the budgets were reconfigured, I know 2 people that have lost their jobs. And it's like, well, shit, not all this cutting of spending is a good thing. So I understand it. But when you're 36 trillion in debt, you cut down on anything that you can streamline. If you can do something with 20 people instead of 100, you do it with 20. That's just common sense. But the government hasn't been using common sense for a while. And they've been allowing themselves to be robbed blind for a while. So sovereignty defeating journalism. Now, I guess we could ask, what is the definition of journalism? I'm curious to see what it comes back with on this one. I mean, we know what journalism is, but when you actually go, journalism is the practice of gathering, verifying, and reporting information about events, issues, and trends to inform the public. It involves researching, interviewing, and presenting facts through various media, such as newspapers, television, and online platforms, with a commitment to accuracy, fairness, and public interest. Folks, we haven't had any semblance of that for a long time. A long, long time. What has been masquerading as journalism has essentially been propaganda, deep state, dirty, divisive, deep state Democrat propaganda. And I know there's Republicans involved, but really it's the Democrat agenda that's been winning the day. All of the bad guys pushing all of the globalist policies to erase our borders and erase our own sovereignty to determine our own fate has been pushed by the deep state Democrats. Plenty of Republicans involved, but it is the Democrat agenda. They will go out of their way to defend every sort of criminal before they'll defend the victims of the criminal activity. It's madness. We haven't had actual journalism. We haven't had an actual free market-based capitalist society in a long time. It's been crony capitalism. It's been fascism, a blending of corporate and government interests. Our elected officials have been bought and sold by corporations that are pushing anti-American, anti-sovereign, anti-freedom agendas. It is brainwashing. Yes, journalism is a relative term, Deb. I agree. And so the sovereignty of the United States' ability to govern ourselves defeated fake news. I'm gonna call journalism what we should call it, fake news. Because what a lot of people, and I just had this conversation this morning, an hour before air. It was a conversation. I bet I can pull it up. Let me see if I can grab it because it's nicely said. I shared a post, trying to find it, clicking message. Hello. There we go. Can't find it. Oh, maybe it was on Instagram. Let me try one more time. Here we go. Comments. It should be right here, going very slow. "300 Guns shared this. It said, never forget, when you are arguing with a leftist or a boomer, you are actually arguing with the television. And the TV cannot hear you, and it does not care." We know people that just regurgitate what they see on the television, and they think it's factual. When in reality, in many cases, nothing could be further than the truth. I think they do get some things right, at least partially, like Hurricane Helene. It's like, okay, there was a big storm. Okay, all this damage did occur. Now, maybe they're not really getting into the cause of what caused the storm. Are they really digging deep enough to know, is this normal, or was something suspicious about it? I'm open to the possibility that that's a thing, but they'll get some current event. Like they'll tell you that sovereignty defeated journalism in the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby. I get that. That is something they can get right. But when it comes to a lot of these other stories, man, it's full of slant, lies, and propaganda. And I think it's been exacerbated. It's always been bad. I've known my whole life that Republicans get a unfair shake of the stick. The Democrats get away with bloody murder, and the Republicans are lambasted for common sense things, good things. All of the indiscretions of the Democrat Party are swept under the rug because it doesn't help their agenda. Their agenda is power, control, domination. But it's gotten much worse because of what we've seen from the Smith-Mundt Act. Obama reversed course on Smith-Mundt and said, yeah, United States media should allow for propaganda, pushing government fake narratives. Remember 51 intelligence officials prior to the 2020 election to rig the 2020 election, to tip the scales of the voting public in the 2020 election because Biden had no energy. He had no crowd support. He wasn't selling any merch. He wasn't selling out any arenas. Nobody liked Biden. Him and Harris were the two least popular people in the Democrat primaries, don't forget. They pushed specific agendas. They, the media, gave you one side of things. And 51 intelligence officials came out and said, oh, you know that laptop that was discovered because that crackhead Hunter Biden working at the behest of the big guy, allegedly Joe Biden? The criminality on that laptop from all the well, I think they said there were about 500 separate identified criminal activity videos and documents retrieved from that computer. They knew it would have blown that 2020 election apart even more than it was. They said by about 20-25% people would have never, because it showed just how blackmailable and how corrupt the Bidens have been. Remember, it's the Bidens along with Victoria Nuland and Barack Obama who pushed for this Ukraine war when they overthrew Ukraine, put their puppet Zelensky in, and kept pushing with NATO forces all up on that Russian border. They kept ignoring Russia, telling them to stop this, cease and desist. And then the war broke out because they kept pushing for it nonstop. Remember, every time anything about President Trump came up, oh, he's a Putin puppet. Oh, Putin. Yep. Checks notes. Yep. Blame Russia for everything. Putin rigged the 2020 election or the 2016 election. That's what it was. We got to impeach Trump because Putin. Huh? Hell's wrong with you guys? And in 2020, yeah, that Hunter Biden laptop, that's not a thing. That has all the classic earmarks of Russian propaganda. Right. Pin the tail on Russia again. 51 deep state traitors lied to you because they didn't want an America First president in the office. They wanted someone that was going to open the borders and let every dirtbag in. Every poor person that's going to reach into your pocket. You're having a hard time paying your bills, right? You're having a hard time saving for retirement, right? Well, don't worry. We're just going to grab what little you have and give it to somebody that just snuck in from El Salvador, from Zimbabwe, from Ukraine, from Timbuktu, from Syria, from Venezuela, Nicaragua. It doesn't matter from where, anywhere that's not the United States. We're going to take what you have, the little you have, and we're going to give it to them because they're special, because we want to replace you. We don't want you to succeed because reasons. Obama was pushing colonization. They don't want America to be sovereign. That's why the deep state, the alphabet agencies, the Department of Injustice, the CIA, the NSA, go through your alphabet agencies. They all lied to you. They tried to frame Trump because he was working for you. He was working for America to make this country great again, to make you more wealthy, to make you more safe and secure, to get all these dirtbags up from your streets. The guy on the subway that abused that dead person for 30 minutes after robbing him. And when I say abuse, I'm not going to be as graphic as it was. An illegal alien abusing a corpse on the subway in America. What are we doing? We're living inside of a horror flick. This is a horror movie. What part was well said, Deb? But I'll take it. I'll take the compliment, but I don't know what you're referencing. I like to think most of what I say is well said. But that's what's been going on. The sovereignty of America has been under attack, an overthrow, a coup to rob America blind, to pilfer as many resources as possible, steal your money, ring up a $36 trillion credit card tab that they know damn well they don't have to pay it back. They will sell you out for 40 pieces of silver. And you were right. You were right to hate these people. They hate you. They hate me delivering this information to you. So places like Google, YouTube, they silence me. They shut me down for a week. Will not describe what was said. I appealed, instantly rejected. I keep asking for someone to tell me what was said. And why can't you just mute a part? Why can't you cut out a part that was something that crossed some sort of terms or conditions? Tell me what was said. Defend yourself. You're going to shut me up? At least have the balls to tell me face to face. At 1 hour, 37 minutes, tell me exactly what I said that crossed the line and meant you had to shut me up and silence me. Duct tape my mouth and not let me communicate to our audience while I'm trying to earn a fucking living here, delivering you the news. God, I hate YouTube. I fucking hate them. I hate myself for trying to build an empire on quicksand. That's my fault. The thousands of hours I put into Facebook, Instagram, Meta's the other worst company. Twitter was right there along with them until Elon purchased them. Thank you, Elon, for giving us at least one fair outlet where we can express ourselves and communicate. But that's what's been happening. It has been a full assault on our freedoms and liberty, the sovereignty of the United States, and the sovereignty of ourselves to make decisions. The deep state, you saw what they did during COVID. They wanted to force this thing into you like it was a Diddy party while you were passed out on a train car in New York City. You know how that illegal alien that should have never freaking been here, how he forced himself into a corpse? God, I'm sorry I got to tell you that. That's so gross. I'm sorry. I haven't had enough coffee to discuss just how vile that is. But you know how vile it is to try to force experimental medicines into your body? You think it's bad what Harvey Weinstein was doing on the casting couch? Hey, sweetheart, come here. Put this thing inside of you. Maybe you can work in this town. Dripping with bacon sweat. Greasy little shithead. Harvey Weinstein. P. Diddy drugging people and abusing them like someone on a subway. That's what your deep state Democrat, Barack Hussein Obama, through his puppet, Joe Biden. And when I say Barack Hussein Obama, I mean him and his circle. The top 100 people in the Obama orbit. Susan Rice, Victoria Nuland, all the people that were really running the White House. Biden was out to lunch. Falling off bicycles, tripping up stairs. Reading the most ridiculous stuff off the teleprompter while Obama and his cronies laughed. You can see the agenda, what they were pushing. And the sovereignty of America has been absolutely brutalized. And now it's turned. Sovereignty has defeated journalism. Journalism is supposed to give you who, what, where, when, why. They haven't been. They've been feeding you bullshit. They've been feeding you lies. Obama with the Smith-Mundt Act propaganda. The conversation I had with my friend, and I kind of went off that topic, but I said, you're arguing with the television. They can't hear you. These people are gone. They watch CNN and MSNBC unironically thinking they're getting news. No, you're getting the George Orwell 1984. How many minutes of hate? 3 minutes hate? Is that what it was called? I'm sorry, it's 2 minutes hate. Yeah. Daily ritual. So in George Orwell's 1984, 2 minutes hate, not 3 minutes, is a daily ritual. I mean, just Grok gives me so much better. The search results on Grok are so much better. I really recommend it. Stop using Google. Use Grok. It is such a better tool. And never trust anything you find on a search, but at least it gives you a quick answer to what you're going for. That's what they deliver you. They give you 2 minutes hate. It's a daily ritual in the totalitarian state of Oceania, where citizens are required to watch a propaganda film and express intense hatred toward the state's enemies, primarily Emmanuel Goldstein a supposed traitor, and the rival superstate of Eurasia or Eastasia. The event is designed to channel collective rage, reinforce loyalty to the party, and suppress dissent by uniting people in a frenzy of anger and fear. Orange man bad. Orange man bad. Can you believe that, Donald Trump? Get him. Elon's bad. Go key the Teslas. Go. Release the hounds. It's that crooked little witch releasing the flying monkeys to go wreak havoc on the country. Release the hounds. It's Mr. Burns and his lair. That's what you're getting from legacy media, lying legacy media. Ones that they used to call mainstream media. I will not call them mainstream media, and I'll never use the term far right. Far right's a pejorative. I'm not doing it. They call so many normal things far right. I will never use the phrase. And I encourage, and when we talk about transgender, we can discuss gender dysphoria disorder, the diagnostic statistical manual about the mental disorder that causes someone to think that they are something that they are not. We have to reclaim the language to identify the issue. If there are people that are suffering, we're not helping them by pretending the issue is something else. We help people by working through the issues that we have. But what you get on CNN and MSNBC is 2 minutes hate. It exemplifies the party's use of psychological manipulation to maintain control over the population. That's what's been going on. And so some of these people are just lost. 20 to 25% of the country is just toast. They're gone. They are not understanding that they're consuming rage bait and lies and propaganda so that they can become unknowing or knowing foot soldiers to destroy the sovereignty of the United States of America. And we're not going to let them. This is the best chance we've ever had to push back. Does that make Trump perfect? Nah. Does that mean everything he does is great? No. Does that mean that we should follow him blindly on every single issue? Nah. But ignoring the vast majority, the vast overwhelming percentage of great things that have been happening in this country to restore the sovereignty of this country, ignore all of the good at your own peril. But please, the people that consume this rage bait, thinking it's news, and then going out into the world to be a foot soldier for the deep state, for the globalists who are trying to destroy this nation and mess you up with gaslighting, disconnect. Disconnect from these people. You just have to disconnect. What do they say? Arguing with an idiot will just drag you down to their level where they will beat you with their experience. Because they got plenty of experience being idiots, or at least regurgitating, vomiting up garbage, lies, propaganda, conspiracy theories. They like to say that constitutionalists and Americans and normal people are the conspiracy theorists. Remember, that term conspiracy theorist was developed by the deep state to make it seem like the people who knew what was happening in the world, they were crazy. They weren't. They aren't. But they want you to believe that. So screw them. David says, I need you to explain this one for me, David. You think they could use the executive order from December 20th, 2017 against Google? Oh, is this the executive order you keep talking about abuse, crimes against humanity? Is that the one you're referencing? I think so. So look, I think whether you call it a parable, a simile, holy crap, I'll tell you, I wouldn't have placed money on this horse if it wasn't named Sovereignty. I had a hunch. I'm like, I got a good feeling about this second Trump term, and I've been proven right. 7 out of 10 times, 8 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times, 9.5 out of 10 times. Not everything. Not a big fan of everything. How could you be? Not a big fan of myself half the time, but look at what's happened. A lot of good has happened. And sovereignty defeating journalism. Hey, maybe we could get back to journalism and give you the who, what, where, when, why without lying to your face for the purpose of destroying the sovereignty of your nation. Bravo. Congratulations to the horse, and bravo to Scott Adams talks about I love the simulation theory that this experience we're having. It's just a simulation. It's just I like the video game analogy. That makes a lot of sense to me that we're living inside of a video game. Either way, people talk about the simulation winking at us. Sovereignty defeating journalism. Because journalism, man, they had your number for a long time. Yellow journalism. I mean, go back, just a couple of companies controlling 100% of everything you hear, which controls what you think, feel, and believe, which controls how you shop and how you act, how you sign up to join the military as cannon fodder, to go fight in some pointless war for no damn good reason. They had a stranglehold on the dissemination of truth, and they don't have it anymore. Their journalism, their fake news journalism, has been defeated by the sovereignty of the American spirit. So that's why I love what happened. That is the coolest part about this weekend. I'm going to remember this derby for a long time. The simulation winking at us. All right. Let's get into the news. Side by side. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe, however you are watching. If you haven't dropped a comment yet, type your name and tell us where you're watching from. We got Deb from Sacramento, David from Ontario, and a bunch of lurkers hanging out but not commenting. Join the show. Leave your comments. It makes me very happy. And it makes the show much more fun as everybody communicates while we discuss the stories in the news. All right, let's go to this one from Laser the Conservative. You have to see this. Here are California Democrats blocking a bill that would allow harsher punishment for S with minors. This comes after the executive order signed by New Scum that would allow a predator to M a child as young as 14 without having to register as an S offender.
I believe you just said that this bill does not pay lip service to survivors, because that is the absolute definition of what this offensive bill does. You sit there and you water down the penalties. You're paying lip service to the 16 and 17-year-old victims of sex crimes. I mean, what more does it take for this caucus, the Democrat caucus, to wake up and realize you're on the wrong side of this issue? It is so patently offensive. And why? Because you have an extremist wing of your party that says somehow it is normal to have sex with minors.
No.
Let me review the bidding.
And by the way, do you know what the plus stands for in that flag of ever-expanding acronyms, the ever-expanding alphabet? They try to include MAPS, to celebrate MAPS. These are minor attracted people. No. These are pederasts. These are bad, abusive monsters who prey on children. Words matter. Policies matter. It all matters. By the way, the Dow Jones is roughly even today. Up about 3% in the past 5 days. Up about 9% in the past month. While we're talking about things that matter, remember when you heard nonstop about Trump is chaos? Oh, he's a chaos candidate. Oh my gosh, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's reckless. He's destroying the partnerships with our allies. What is he doing? The stock market. Oh, he's so crazy. Yeah, they've shut up now, haven't they? Because he's working on rebalancing and recalibrating an abusive system that's been plundering the loot from America. You got to let things play out, and you got to remove yourself from the ridiculous propaganda narratives from the deep state. Just by the way, wanted to report that for you. He continues.
B-145 in 2020, signed by Governor Newsom, notwithstanding the theatrics that he has engaged in this week on this bill. SB 145 would allow a predator to molest a child as young as 14 years of age and avoid mandatory sex offender registry. That's what this legislature passed. That's what this governor put into law, because it is reflective of a perverse, deviant, perverted philosophy that somehow it is normal for men to molest young boys and young girls. SB 357, which this bill is trying to fix, legalize loitering for the purpose of sex trafficking, sex work, and prostitution. Why? Because somehow it was spun as anti-LGBT.
Yeah, you catch that? You catch that. That's what was our comment here. We said, lock up the kid diddlers immediately, bring back making examples of everyone and anyone who would hurt a kid. Go get them. This is our line in the sand. Maps are monsters. This is not okay. The plus on that flag is minor attracted people. They're trying to mix all this stuff up and go, hey, you know, love is love. If someone wants to be in a relationship with someone of the same sex, like, why is this an issue? Just, there shouldn't be restriction. Like, let a human do what a human wants to do. It's not our choice to make up the decision of how other people should live. Yeah, you know, that kind of, I mean, you know, whatever. It's not my cup of tea, but if it's yours, it's yours. And like most people go, yeah, what did Thomas Jefferson's quote say? If it neither, something along the lines, if it neither injures me nor picks my pocket, what should I care? You know, that's the libertarian stance. It's like, I mean, it doesn't impact anybody. If two men or two women want to be in a relationship, who cares? But then this guy's saying what they did is they wrapped it up with LGB and now saying, well, you know, I mean, we got to protect our community. Our community? Yeah, you know, the ones that want to abuse little kids? I'm sorry, I don't think that's what LGB means. But somehow they've blurred the edges, kind of mixed it all together into a vague sort of gray, where they're trying to add a plus that says minor attracted people. Yeah, that's the same. No, it's not the same. Line in the sand. Democrats didn't get the memo. Reason 1,752 why you should never vote for a Democrat ever again. It's why you should actively campaign against Democrats and work tirelessly to make sure every Democrat is retired and that the dirtbags, the criminals, are prosecuted. The Democrat Party is an enemy to the state of America, the country of America, the State of the Union. And they need to be treated as such. You want open borders where dirtbag monsters can come in and abuse Americans? Sounds like you're a bad guy and you need to go to jail, Democrats. It's pretty clear to me. Yeah, Gavin needs some handcuffs in prison. Yes, David. Oh, by the way, they're opening up an investigation into roughly $24 billion in stolen homeless funding, which, by the way, makes no sense to me. Why don't you go into the desert? There's plenty of California desert. Link up some water and power. Build a community out there. Take the homeless off the streets. Give them like some treatment facilities. Most of the homeless are mentally ill. Drug addicted, mentally ill, same thing. Crazy people. Some people cannot be rehabbed and they need to stay in a facility. They don't get free range privileges. The ones that are attacking other people and keep committing violent acts over and over and over, and Democrats keep letting them out to abuse innocent people. If you cannot control yourself, you lose free range privileges. You go and get committed into a facility. California has plenty of desert where they could build communities that could dry people out, that could work to get the mental health that these people so desperately need. You take that $24 billion, build communities, and when you pick up the homeless, you take them there. You say, hey, we're going to give you facilities and help you out here. You can't sleep on the streets. You can't just throw your trash and your syringes and run around screaming at people and breaking things and stealing and just being a general nuisance to society. That's what you do with $24 billion. You don't just go poof and disappear it. That's not okay, but that's what the Democrats stand for. Yeah, what a sick state California has turned into. My heart aches. Give California some real leadership and try to fix some of this stuff, please.
To try to enforce laws against sex trafficking. I will tell you, as a gay Republican, it is offensive, and a super majority of the gay community, they disavow the LGBT caucus, claiming that somehow this bill is anti-gay.
You're hearing that? Other terms for the death penalty: capital punishment, execution, death sentence, judicial killing, lethal injection, state-sanctioned killing. Anyone that abuses a kid, what is the proper punishment for someone that's going to abuse a kid? What do you think? Oh, why isn't this typing anymore? There we go. I'm asking, what does the plus stand for in LGBTQ plus? This is non-binary, asexual, pansexual, intersex, gender fluid, two-spirit. No. Are maps a part of the plus? No, because I've heard that maps are a part of the plus. They're saying that it's not part of the plus. Now, hold on. Individuals attracted to minors, controversial and separate concept, not recognized or included in the plus frame. Now, I've heard that explained differently. If my understanding is incorrect on that, I'll withdraw some of that. But wrapping up kid diddlers into like LGB stuff, this dude takes offense to that, as he should.
It's offensive to use the gay community as window dressing for sex trafficking. That's what's going on here. Make no mistake about it. These are young minors. They are victims of sex trafficking, and this bill would allow predatory behavior to continue without punishment. What this bill does is,
I wish politicians would look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere.
it does pay lip service because it says a couple words that seem to cover 16 and 17-year-olds, but then it takes away the ability of prosecutors to actually prosecute and punish individuals who purchase 16 and 17-year-olds. That, at the end of the day, is the plain English legal standing of what you're about to do.
So, California, do better. Please do better. So what is this here? Somalian Prime Minister says that Representative Ilhan Omar, according to this Libs account, Dr. Caro, this is allegedly the Somalian Prime Minister saying that Representative Ilhan Omar's main interest is the people of Somalia and not Minnesotans or Americans. How is this acceptable in any sense? I'll play you the clip, but why are non-American born people allowed to serve in Congress if they can't serve as president? Why are there not term limits on Congress if there is for the president? Why are we allowing that guy that filed for impeachment of Trump, that Shry guy? Where's he from? India or Pakistan or something? He's not born in America. Why should we assume that he has Americans' interest at heart? Ilhan Omar, who allegedly married her brother to commit immigration fraud. Number one, where's Pam Bondi if this is true? Where's Kash Patel? Where's Dan Bongino? Why hasn't she been arrested and deported? You get enclaves of people in Dearborn, Michigan, and Minnesota, all bringing a different foreign influence to gain control in the Senate, in the House, maybe in the presidency. You can talk about Barack Hussein Obama for a while if you want. Where does the allegiance lie to someone who's not born in this country, like Ilhan Omar? Let's listen to what this Somalian Prime Minister, now I haven't verified that's who this is, and I got more research to do, but we're unpacking it together, so let's take a listen to what he has to say. Oh, God, I got to translate. All right, I got to translate. Ilhan Omar, who has written the name of Somalia with a gold pen. The interests of Ilhan are not Ilhan's. Is that her right there? That might be her right there. It looks like her right there. Now, I don't know if these translations are accurate, so every story, I couch it with a little, hey, you know, like any of this could be wrong. Let's review this with appropriate levels of skepticism until we can confirm. The interests of Ilhan are not Ilhan's. It's not the interest of Minnesota. Oh, look at her smiling, nor is it the interest of the American people. Oh, she looks down at that one. The interest of Ilhan is that of the Somalian people in Somalia. she kind of gave like a smile with a downturned lips, like, I don't think you were supposed to say that out loud. I'm reading the body language here. The interests of Ilhan is that of the Somalian people in Somalia. The success of Ilhan is the success of Somalia. And that carries a heavy meaning to us. Me speaking in the name of the Somalian people. Everywhere they are on the planet. I'm asking that you support and give money to Ilhan's campaign. Why is a foreign power fundraising to put an infiltrator into a position of power in the United States government? Why can't we pass something immediately that says only US-born citizens can serve in the United States government? It's called dual allegiance. You hear that a lot with Israel. You hear that a lot of complaints. Who's your master? Who do you work for? Is it Israel? Is it Somalia? Go down the list. Pick any point on the map, throw a dart into a map hanging on the wall. If it doesn't land in the United States and that's where you were born, that's a dual allegiance. Who do you serve? It sure sounds like, if this video is being represented appropriately, this lady, who may or may not have committed immigration fraud by marrying her own brother, is a traitor to the United States of America. And what happens when you commit treason? What's the penalty for treason? Should there be a penalty for treason? Yeah, damn right there should be. Support her with your votes. Tell your neighbors and friends and anyone you know to come out and support Ilhan Omar so they can ultimately vote for her and knock every door you can for her so that she can be reelected. When you build enclaves, look at England. They have their no-go zones. Their country has been absolutely invaded by non-citizens. You create mini cities within your city of people that are not American and they do not share American values, not American citizens. They don't have American priorities at heart. What do you call that? If that's not treason, it's treason adjacent. Sounds like infiltration, subversion, treacherous treason. I'll say sounds like treason from where we stand. Can Omar be arrested for her traitorous allegiance? Marjorie Taylor Greene here. She says, every single night from small towns to big cities, people fill emergency rooms with drug overdoses. I don't care about Ukraine or Iran or Houthis or whatever foreign country I'm told I'm supposed to care about. I'm sorry, I just don't. I am continually outraged and heartbroken over the war waged on the American people by the international cartels. I haven't seen Russians killing Americans every day. I haven't seen Houthis killing Americans every day. I haven't seen Iran killing Americans every day, but I do see the cartels kill Americans every single day. I also cannot comprehend the depths of evil that continually happens to children being trafficked across our border to go find safe haven in California, perhaps. How can we allow this and simultaneously beat our chest at other foreign countries about their foreign conflicts that every American I know could care less about because it literally has zero effect on our daily lives? When we said America first, we meant it, and that should be our only focus. I'll say thank you, MTG. Focus on America. Also, can we pass a law prohibiting foreign-born people from serving in our Congress? Dual allegiances have no place in the U.S. government. Here is Josh Barnett in Arizona. Barnett for Arizona. What's he running for? John Solomon reports EPA head demands answers from the company putting sulfur dioxide into the air to address global warming. That's on Just the News. Josh Barnett says, "Oh, I thought this was just a conspiracy." Look up. Look at the poison filling our skies. Arrest, prosecute, there you go. Arrest, prosecute, and punish all who are abusing us, abusing our air. Yeah, I've been talking about this for years, and they don't let you talk about it. They hide this reality every chance they get. They don't like talking about it for reasons. So here's CNN interviewing cartel members to ask how they feel about being labeled terrorists. Trying to do a puff piece about cartels.
The Trump administration, you are a terrorist. I mean, the cartels have been labeled a foreign terrorist organization. What do you make of that?
Está fea la situación, ¿verdad? Está fea la situación.
Well, the situation is ugly.
What's your message to Donald Trump if he's watching this?
My respect to Donald Trump. What's your message for Donald Trump? My respect.
According
to him, he's looking out for his people. But the problem is the consumers are in the United States. Yeah, wearing gloves so he can't be identified. If there weren't any consumers, we would stop.
According to the Trump administration.
Anti-American terrorists. Huh? New low for CNN. Love how this interview backfires gloriously. There you have it. Joey Manarino here, talking about Ilhan Omar again. Look, there's stories and through lines to these stories that are just going to overlap in the Venn diagram of life. It sure feels like it's Ilhan Omar season. And it really is representative of these enclaves, these no-go zones, these places where they're electing anti-American people. I don't understand how we could allow a foreign-born person to serve for the United States. We require that for the president for obvious reasons. Your allegiances may be elsewhere, meaning stay the hell away from us. You're not eligible, which is why there was so much of an uproar. Well, Joey Manarino says Ilhan Omar should never have been allowed to leave Somalia. She's the prime example of everything that is wrong with immigration. There's nothing wrong with immigrants who love our nation and want to properly assimilate into it, even bringing their own rich cultures with them to enrich our country's fabric. But there is nothing enriching about Somalian culture. It's a disgrace. And all she's done since coming here is tell America how it must change to fit her image. We are not here to accommodate you, Ilhan. Well, I don't know about that comment right there. There is nothing enriching about Somalian culture. I can say that I'm no particular fan of Somalia. I can talk about all the pirates. I can talk about all the crime, all the butchery and savagery. And then they could say, well, let's talk about the United States and all the wars in Iraq and Iran, or Iraq and Afghanistan. And okay. So I don't know if there's nothing enriching about Somalian culture. I wouldn't go that far. But I would say changing Minnesota into Somalia, I'm not interested in that. I don't want to turn it into Ukraine. I don't want to turn it into Israel. I don't want to turn it into Venezuela. I want Minnesota to be Minnesota. And there is no amount of immigration Let me rephrase that. A small amount of immigration that includes learning the language, learning the customs, loving this country, learning English, speaking English, staying off of the welfare rolls, not taking, working and paying taxes. And if you come through the front door legally, after 30 years, 25 years, 20 years, 15 years, 10 years, I'm not sure exactly what number it should be. It shouldn't be instantaneous. You have to prove that you're going to be a value, you have to prove that you're not going to be a detriment. You have to prove the negative, I guess, by a long time of doing the right stuff and becoming an American. No, we don't want to transform any of our states into anything. We don't want little Palestine. We don't want little Germany. We don't want little Sweden. We don't want little anything. We want a small amount of controlled immigration where we can bring in the best and the brightest. Because France put something on a statue that says huddled masses, we have to have a suicidal policy regarding immigration. And I'm aware that that word could trigger a thing that would get us banned on YouTube, which is ridiculous. It just highlights how stupid these companies are because context matters. No, it's madness. You wouldn't let somebody from the Pittsburgh Steelers get into your training facility in Berea while you're trying to implement a playbook for the Cleveland Browns. If you don't play for our team, you're not entitled to access to any of this stuff. You want to join our team? Well, then guess what? Leave your Arizona Cardinals merchandise behind. You're a Cleveland Brown now. You assimilate to the place you are. You don't try to change. Well, I used to play for the Arizona Cardinals, and now I want the Cleveland Browns to be more like the Arizona Cardinals. I can't stand how Ilhan Omar talks. It's so it's just fingernails on a blackboard. Are you making fun of her accent? If you missed the beginning part of the show, I make fun of how everybody sounds, even RFK Jr. And it's not making fun. I'm just a mimic. I try to repeat the sound. Trust me, there's nothing more grating or irritating than the RFK sound. I have many people like, oh, your impression is awesome of Bobby Kennedy, but I can't even listen to it. It's so good. It sounds just like him, and I can't listen to him. No, mostly I respect Bobby Kennedy for what he's done so far with HHS, and I despise Ilhan Omar for what she's done to try to ruin America and try to take out MAGA. So, no, I don't care about accents or what you sound like. I care about your actions. It's the quality of your character that I mainly care about. That's how America is supposed to be. Anyway. More Ilhan Omar. I don't know. Illegals from Haiti allegedly assaulting an elderly man walking his dog in Ireland. Democrats wonder why we're deporting bad people from our country. And we just remind you to always carry self-defense tools. They knocked this guy down. I'm not entirely certain what the context of this, but it's gross. And there's a lot of this anti-white attack stuff happening everywhere. That is part of the Obama doctrine that will not go away. His strong hatred toward America, toward white people, it's palpable, it's obvious, and it's pervasive. It's everywhere. Look at the reaction of that Carmelo killer. Raises $500,000 after stabbing a dude in the chest. Well, I got a story on that, an allegation that dude's been, well, it is what it is. It's gross. Abusing an old man walking a dog is bullshit. Call it out. And arrest these people. And you know what? Defend your communities. If the people don't reside there, get them the fuck out of there. If your country has been invaded, get them out. If they are not citizens, they do not have a right to say, I just overthrew your country and now it's my country. The fuck it is. You don't get to just squat and claim territory as your own. Oh, that's easy for you to say as a white man. That's exactly what you did back in the 1700s. You took this land from the Indians. The Indians were migratory. And don't you dare call them Indians. They were migrants, or they were native. They were Native Americans. No. They were indigenous to this land. These were nomadic people who traveled over from the Bering Land Strait, from Russia into Alaska, down through Canada, and following and hunting. These were nomadic people. Central South America, yeah, you got a bunch of old structures. Pyramids and cities that were built that mysteriously went completely silent. That was filled with lots of human sacrifice and really demonic activity, if you want to break that down. Yeah, America was full of indigenous people hunting and roving and wandering. The land was stolen. You sit on stolen land. Yeah, every country was conquered by whoever is currently there. It doesn't inherently make any group of people good or bad. It doesn't make Indians or indigenous people great. It doesn't make them bad. But you have to defend your nation, the sovereignty of your nation. Someone doesn't just get to go into your house, break in, and go, nope, it's my house now. The fuck it is. Close eye. AFD is suing in Germany. They've been basically labeled a terrorist organization because they're trying to push back on the globalization overthrow of Germany. It's happening in Scotland. It's happening in Ireland. It's happening in France, Germany, Spain. Pick your European country. If you know history, you know about the Crusades, but what you've been taught is like, oh, see, Christians are bad. Christians were a lot of white people. Even though Jesus was a Jew, he was Middle Eastern. He spent a lot of time in Northern Africa. Like, but white people are bad because the Crusades. The Crusades were a reaction to the Islamic overtake of the world. They were trying to use a caliphate and seize control over all of the lands everywhere. The Crusades pushed that back. But I don't think you were taught that in school. Deb, David, anybody else, is that what you were taught about the Crusades? Were the Crusades unprovoked acts of aggression, or were they self-defense? Just like in that last video that I shared. Self-defense. Don't ever let yourself get punched in the face. This video
Oh, shaky boy, fuck the bro.
Speaking a different language I can't understand. They're saying they're from Haiti. Being ganged up with multiple people. 1, 2, 3. Attacking, reaching in a bag for God knows what. Elderly man. What's he doing? He's walking his dog as far as I can tell. He's trying to get out of there. These guys are coming up on him, attacking him, knocking him over. You defend yourself against acts of aggression. No, see, Jesus said to turn the other cheek. No, he also said to carry a sword. We got a big problem globally. This Obama doctrine has been running with the Soros crew for a long time. Chaos everywhere it goes. And that's what we've been working on with Doge, is to defund all of these groups who are pushing anti-American, anti-sovereign agendas. They want a new world order, a one world government. The all-seeing eye. They want one unelected bureaucrat to govern the lives of all of humanity. No nation should make its own decisions. Then all you have to do is control one person, one puppet, and you're good. You're done. You're a dictator for life. Now you run the globe. No, the sovereignty of individual nations is what's going to keep our freedoms. Anything against that, that's real bad news. This post here, just saying, from Grassroots Army, and I'm not sure if these numbers are entirely accurate, but the point remains. says Nancy Pelosi's net worth was estimated at about $31 million in 2008 when she first served as Speaker of the House. By 2024, her net worth had reportedly increased to over $240 million. See her ripping up Trump's speech and basically fake clapping in his face. These people hate you. They hate America. They don't want sovereignty. They want their globalist control over you. And you've had it too good for too long. So we want to steal your money and give it to people that are going to show up in your country and punch you in the face. Show up in your country and steal your shit. Show up in your country and abuse your women. Show up in your country and punch old men in the face. Show up in your country and have a free ride based on NGOs giving you unlimited credit cards that, oh, they're magic cards. They never run out of money. You've seen that all across America. That's who Pelosi and the Democrats are. The deep state. Now, this right here, NPR. Remember when they put this out on December 31st of 2020? A new poll finds 40% of... Hang on, let me make sure. Can you read this? Yes. Okay. A new poll finds that 40% of respondents believe in a baseless conspiracy theory that the coronavirus was created in a lab in China. There is zero evidence for this. Scientists say the virus was transmitted to humans from another species. Now, as with everything, is this an accurate screen grab of something NPR posted? Okay, maybe not. It appears to be. So if it's not, then I'll retract anything I'm about to say. But if it is accurate, look at what we put underneath. We said, why was NPR defunded? They lied about COVID. They lied about COVID's Fauci China origin and called this fact a baseless conspiracy theory. Good riddance, NPR. Peddle your lies on your own dime. There was a lot that we didn't know during COVID, but this is straight government propaganda, straight Biden propaganda. Oh, but December 31st of 2020 was the end of Trump's term. Yeah, after the election was fortified to make sure that Joe Biden, the most popular human to ever run for president, he got 81 million totally legitimate votes, don't you know? Yeah, that's a month after, 2 months after, roughly. The election was determined to be in favor of Joe Biden. Whether it actually represented the will of the people, separate issue. But if that's a real tweet, that's exactly why you're not getting NPR funding anymore. It was from China. Fauci was responsible, and it was potentially intentionally released. Don't call it a lab leak. A release. And they definitely weaponized it to make sure Trump couldn't stay in power. Is that the only thing that happened? Is that exactly why it came out? I don't know. They sure as shit used it to make sure mail-in ballots, totally secure. Hey, I could either give you $100 or I could just put it into a place and let 1 million people, and who knows if it had, well, let's do that instead. Let's not hand it to you directly. $2020. If this is an accurate post from NPR, and look how they're doing it. A baseless conspiracy theory. What a bunch of fools. There's zero evidence for this, except all the evidence. Moving on, staying with Fauci. Breitbart reporting that the Trump administration has ended all Beagle experimentation at NIH. And we said, ending the nightmare demonic Fauci influence, one treacherous act at a time. Please indict Fauci already. Please. This here's a post from James Woods. Now reading this with vivid eyes and fresh perspective, I would say, well, I don't know exactly about the claims inside of here about the number of illegals and the 2010 census, and is this exactly accurate? But I think the point remains. This is directionally true. Why do Democrats love illegal aliens? This post says, for every 770,000 illegals who filled out the 2010 U.S. Census in a sanctuary city or sanctuary state, the Democrats got another seat in the U.S. House of Representatives apportioned to them. Oh, it's like if you bring more of Ilhan Omar into Minnesota, Minnesota will get stronger, and so will the enclave of non-Americans who are diluting your vote to push a foreign agenda against you. Huh. Now do you understand why the Democrat Party likes sanctuary cities and open borders? This is shared from Sam Adams 76. But we're just saying it's time for a new census that only counts citizens. Strip the treasonous deep state Democrats of their ill-gotten power. Corey J. Mahler says, never forget. Oh, good. This is exactly the post I was discussing with you earlier. I didn't realize this was in the stack, but good, it's in the stack. Never forget, when you're arguing with a leftist or a boomer, you're actually arguing with the TV, and the TV cannot hear you, and it does not care. Remember that. This post from Charlie Kirk looks it looks fuzzy, so I don't know if this is actually a post from him. Like his picture's so fuzzy, this could be photoshopped. Look, I never claimed that everything we share is accurate. Like, I look at it objectively, and I try to encourage you to look at everything with suspicion as well. And, new information gives us new perspectives, all right? This says here, if we only counted U.S. citizens in the census instead of illegal foreign nationals, California, New York, and Illinois would lose a combined 18 electoral votes. This is why the Democrats want illegals to be counted in the census. So this needs to stop. Whether he said this or not, whether this is a valid post or not, the sentiment rings true to me. Here's a post from The Scoop. It says, when I see British citizens mocking the president, I just remember that in 100 years, they went from ruling a quarter of the world to living on an island the size of Michigan. And here's two bald eagles laughing in American. Ha 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 ha. Here's your Michigan-sized island. Nope, you didn't get to colonize the planet. That didn't work out well for you.
Hello.
So here's a CNN panel saying that the mistrust of legacy media is due to right-wing rhetoric. I thought it was because of all their lies.
Scott has taken advantage of this situation, I think, quite cleverly, quite wisely. They've played into a weakness.
What situation?
The situation of media being under attack. And so they've created a situation where
media under attack, like the media is above reproach. Media is like science. You test it every single day. There's no confirmed science. The earth was flat. The earth was round. The earth was flat again. The earth was round. Who knows? Oh, no. Trust the science. 98% of the scientists who are awarded funding based on parroting this talking point, they agree. So test it again. Test it every day. Oh, surely you don't mean that all of reality is subjective. Well, mistrust of media. They've earned it.
You've almost got it. Keep going. What the right wing is taking advantage of is finally the American people saying enough is enough. They're tired of feeling like the mass media screens out one viewpoint versus another in political coverage. They're tired of media institutions favoring one party over another. They're tired of narratives over factual stories. If I had any advice for 60 Minutes or anybody else, it would be just cover the news and try to be fair about it and stop putting your finger on the scale, especially during campaigns.
You're talking.
Are you making fun of that guy? I can't believe you're making fun of that guy. I know I just accused you of being, checks notes, misogynist, racist, Islamophobic because you made fun of Ilhan Omar. Are you really making fun of this old white guy? And I guess that kind of means that you just mimic everything that you hear. And that my claims of misogyny or Islamophobia or sexism, and I guess none of that's true, huh? Right. That's the point.
About the old mass media myth that you could have this
A myth about mass media that is what? That you could have?
thing that was in the middle, the Walter Cronkite saying, that's the way it is, when it wasn't for many Americans the way it was, when people were pissed off.
People back in those days trusted the media, did they not?
No, they just couldn't be heard.
People did trust the media back in the day. This guy saying, no, they didn't trust them. They just couldn't be heard. Well, then you're still making our point. I don't know what point this guy's making.
There was no two-way. Now we have the internet.
There was no two-way.
Look at the Gallup polling. It was here, and now it's here. It's fallen off of a cliff.
Yeah, we do have that Gallup polling about trust in media, and now, as in recent years, and let's be honest, Scott, a lot of this is driven by the rhetoric.
Let's be honest, driven by the rhetoric.
Your side of the aisle.
The falling off of the trust in media is because of the rhetoric from the Republicans, from MAGA. No, you twit. I scanned through 7 words right there. They almost came out as something else. No, the trust in media is because we figured you out. We called you out on your lies. We busted you over and over, and you've proven yourself to be duplicitous. Traitors, literal traitors to the United States. Your efforts in the coup, your efforts to overthrow Joe Biden for Kamala Harris, your efforts to fortify the 2020 election, your efforts to impeach President Trump, your efforts to frame Russia and start us on a bloody path to a potentially nuclear World War III by poking the Russian bear over and over, trying to get Ukraine and NATO with your puppet Zelensky that you overthrew in 2014 with Biden and Nuland and Obama. Get the fuck out of here. That's why we don't trust your media, because you lie to us nonstop to push your bullshit. And our quality of life keeps decreasing. Energy costs through the roof. Water costs and sewage costs through the roof. Housing costs through the roof. Inflation through the roof. Jobs not keeping up with it. By the way, the job creation is all most of it going to non-U.S. citizens who are diluting the votes of the U.S. citizens by infiltrating our country, flooding our country, and pushing foreign propaganda, foreign interests above those of the United States. That's why we look at lying legacy media, never call them mainstream. That's why the trust has fallen off a cliff. Not because of rhetoric from MAGA. It's because you're busted. It's because you have been committing crimes. It's because you have been committing treason against our country, and we found you out. We're never going back. We're never going back.
I mean, it's not,
you think it's driven by the rhetoric and not the performance?
Absolutely. That's the question.
But my point is this. Yes. If you're CBS or any other...
No, it's driven by the performance.
...news outlet, the reason that you have lost trust ought to be obvious to you, and the way to fix it also ought to be obvious to you, and it has nothing to do with Donald Trump and everything to do with the product. Just try to make a better product that appeals to more people, and the way you appeal to more people is by not crapping on half or more than half of the country because of their values and political viewpoints.
I think that is a fair, just if we were sort of on another planet, out of context.
Hello, Scott.
I think that would be fair if we were on another planet. Oh, what a backhanded agreement that was. What a backhanded compliment. I think that would be that's fair. I think that would be fair if we were on another planet. What a nutter. What an absolute nutter. We said we're pretty sure Americans walked away from the lying legacy media due to the anti-American rhetoric to help ruin the USA. We're done. That's why the new American media exists. Just look, I am waiting like David. I'm waiting like Deb. I'm waiting like everybody else. Where is the justice for the traitors? Where is the justice? We're waiting for the arrests already. What's this say? Laura Logan, copyright, I think this is Mike Davis, but let's go ahead and watch this clip. Let me full screen this here for you. What was the point of the Biden White House raiding Mar-a-Lago? Was it to retrieve Crossfire Hurricane documents? I'm very curious to see if we're going to get some treason charges out of this.
They declassify via presidential order. The day before Trump leaves office, they declassify Crossfire Hurricane. They waited too long. And then he declassifies them on January 19th, 2021, the day before he leaves office.
Yeah.
The FBI, the intel agencies run into the White House and they say, you can't publicly release these sources and methods. So Mark Meadows, the chief of staff issued a memo on January 20th, the day they leave office, January 20th, 2021. Do your Privacy Act review and then get out these documents. Well, guess what?
Of course they
didn't get out the documents. They did the Mar-a-Lago raid. That was the point of the Mar-a-Lago raid, was to go get back those documents. What happened is that after Trump left office, he sued Hillary Clinton for Crossfire Hurricane, civil lawsuit down in Florida. Bruce Reinhart's the magistrate judge on the case. He had Trump's attorneys raised the fact that he was anti-Trump. He posted anti-Trump things on Facebook, and so he had to recuse from that case.
I remember.
6 weeks later, Bruce Reinhart is the magistrate judge who signs the Mar-a-Lago raid, right? So you have the intel officials, Jay Bratt, who went on to work for Jack Smith. You had Jay Bratt working with Bruce Reinhart to do the raid on Mar-a-Lago. How did his recusal issue from 6 weeks prior, how did that recusal issue go when he signed that Mar-a-Lago raid? The point of the Mar-a-Lago raid was to get back Crossfire Hurricane. It was not for classified records. Presidents have classified records all the time. They're allowed to have their presidential records, classified or not, under the Presidential Records Act. If the CIA is giving the president a document to advise him, that's a presidential record that the president can access anytime he wants. That's why he has the security clearances.
Even when he's not the president anymore.
Even when Biden cut that off for Trump, when Trump left, and so Trump just did the same thing for Biden. They lost their security clearances. But at the time, Trump was allowed to have those records, right?
Yeah, and you know who wasn't? Was Biden when he was vice president. Yeah, because that doesn't apply to the vice president.
Well, he had 6 stashes of stolen classified records from his time, not only as vice president, he had it from his time as senator.
They get away with it over and over and over again.
Yep.
I mean, John Brennan, Susan Rice, James Clapper, Hillary Clinton, Mark Elias, all of these people, Jake Sullivan, they got to do it to Trump the first time around, and then nothing happened to them. You had to watch the Trump administration responding to every stupid headline. Then they go back into the government.
So I would say to all of those people you just named and many, many others, lawyer up, because this is an ongoing criminal conspiracy, and you can go all the way back to Crossfire Hurricane. They declassify via presidential order. The day before Trump leaves office, they declassify Crossfire Hurricane. They waited too long. And then he declassifies them on January 19th, 2021, the day before he leaves office.
Yeah.
The FBI, the intel agencies run into the White House and they say, you can't publicly release these sources and methods. So Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, issued a memo on January 20th, the day they leave office, January 20th, 2021. Do your Privacy Act review and then get out these documents. Well, guess what?
Of course they
didn't get out the documents. They did the Mar-a-Lago raid. That was the point of the Mar-a-Lago raid, was to...
It's madness, and we're waiting for accountability. Okay. Where are the arrests? Where are they? Waiting. Hey, here's President Trump. Did you see this? That he's going to be building a new ballroom at the White House paid for with his own money?
President Trump greeting supporters at an RNC fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago, showing us the main ballroom at his private club and sharing new details about the one he plans to build at the White House.
We're going to make and build a ballroom, which they've wanted for probably 100 years at the White House. And it'll be a world-class, beautiful ballroom.
A ballroom that could cost millions of dollars. He says he will pay for it himself. You will fund it.
Yeah. I'm not going to ask the government for money. I'll fund it, and I'm sure we'll have some donations to it. But it's not an inexpensive thing. It'll cost a lot of money.
The president also told me that next month he's planning a military parade celebrating the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army that also falls on his 79th birthday. President Trump greeting supporters at an RNC fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago, showing us the main ballroom at his private club and sharing new details about the one he plans to build at the...
Anyway, I think that's pretty cool. And I think he's worked with Meta and a bunch of... there's been a lot of cases where he's had people make donations to his funds and this and that. So we'll see where that funding is coming from, because he's definitely had people agree to donate to his campaign. And maybe he's using some of that money as well. He did mention the donations being used for that. But yeah, he's been there before, and he's like, you know what this place needs? This place needs it. See, Trump is a thinker. He's a builder. He creates stuff. All the Democrats do is destroy. The Democrats destroy shit. They're not builders. Tear down a statue. Rip that apart. No, we don't want that. Okay, these stories are flashing before us really fast. Hang on, let me go back. Okay, let's get this one. According to this, on Breitbart, 82 illegal alien invaders have been prosecuted for entering newly created military zone along the New Mexico border. Bravo. Thank you. No more. You want to come in, walk through the front door, show your ID, state your name and purpose. This is Brian Glenn talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene here on A Real America's Voice.
What do you think would happen if these individuals were Americans going into Mexico, creating murder, child molestation, multiple sex offenses, rape, murder, deliberate homicide? What do you think would happen to Americans if we went to Mexico to do these crimes?
They would not be coming back to America. I'm sure any country in the world that if an American went in their country, broke their immigration laws, raped a child. I mean, look at this.
Gross.
Okay, sexual assault of a child.
Gross.
Sexual assault of a child. Rape. If you're an American and you go in a foreign country and commit these crimes, you are not coming back. You're going to be in that jail, and I don't think the United States government is going to fight for you either. This is what Joe Biden and the Democrats have allowed to happen to America with their open border policies, and then they created the CBP One app to allow the invasion to occur, and then they harbored these people, paid for them with your tax dollars, and now we have rogue judges trying to keep them in the country.
Okay, my second question is to you is what would our founding fathers do if our country was being invaded by illegals from another country? Let's start with that. What would they do, our founding fathers?
Our founding fathers would consider that an act of war against America. It's simple. It would be an act of war against America.
So building the wall, making the policies, just what President Trump did. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the most important question I'd like to know. What would our founding fathers do to politicians, in this case, majority of them are Democrat, what would they do to them that are allowing these people to stay in our country? This is a guy who has sexually assaulted a child.
Our founding fathers, if you were a politician or an elected official or even an American, and you were harboring and protecting an enemy of the United States, that's considered treason. That's our law today. Not just back then. That is our law today. And thank God President Trump and his administration is not tolerating this and is doing the job that the last administration should have done, but didn't. The last administration, the Biden administration, and the Democrats who passed these open border policies and funded them, harbored and protected these illegal alien criminals and terrorists, and they were the best business partners that the cartels could ever ask for.
Yeah. Just
insanity. Thank you, MTG. Listen to what was going on that Doge discovered.
And thanks to President Trump, he's now signed 2 executive orders to start to reduce the number of agencies in the government, and the Institute of Peace was one of them, which is why our team went in to try and understand what was going on. And that's when we found all of the craziness, like the weapons in their armory. We found the payments to the Taliban.
Okay. So to try to hide the evidence.
Right. So just a few hours after we got into their headquarters, we found that their chief accountant had actually deleted over 1 terabyte of accounting records from several years. So you'd have to ask the question, well, why would somebody do that? The Doge team, fortunately, was able to recover that data with the help of a few great employees at the Institute of Peace. And I think the most troubling thing was they received...
I love the names of these places. The Institute of Peace. Pushing for war. So great.
$55 million a year from Congress, and any money that went unspent, instead of returning that to Congress, they would sweep it into a private bank account, which had no congressional oversight. And that's what they would use to fund things like events at their headquarters and the private jets. And so I think it's a great example because most Americans don't know what's going on at a lot of these smaller agencies, and this is, I think, the most extreme case of some of the wasteful spend that we're finding.
So the agencies are hiding money from you. They're sending it to the Taliban. They have loaded weapons in the department buildings.
At the Institute of Peace.
At the Institute of Peace.
Oh, really?
That's right.
So this is a cover-up when you guys roll in.
This one, yes, they cover up.
It's a cover-up.
They did delete a vast amount of financial information. That's really a definition of a cover-up.
Isn't that illegal to delete evidence?
Yes.
Shred documents?
It is. It's certainly illegal to delete accounting records that that Congress would certainly want to know where the congressionally appropriated funds are going from taxpayers.
When you catch them going Hillary style on their computers, do you refer this to the Department of Justice?
In this case, we did refer the evidence in the accounting example to the FBI and DOJ, and we were proud to do that. So yes, we did. And thanks to President Trump, he's now signed 2.
I'm very happy with what Doge has done, and they've set a lot of things in motion now to have a little bit of oversight and a vastly reduced margin of error where they could be scheming. I think it's fantastic. Here's President Trump, well, getting interviewed on Meet the Press.
Republican congressmen and women and senators that love this country, and they're not lunatics like some of these Democrats. What they're doing to the country is incredible. It's insane. There's something wrong with them. They suffer a major case of Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, nothing matters to them other than that. We have some great Republican.
That's the truth. TDS is a real disease. I really wish that Bobby Kennedy would find a way to put Trump derangement syndrome on the health front burner so that we could actually talk about it. People that have been brainwashed would have a way to kind of reconsider why they believe what they believe. This video here, this is from Plant-Based Omnivore. Surgeon is recording her call with health insurance company about surgery denial. I'll just play you a little bit of this and try to understand where we are. This United Healthcare trial is coming up, but I mean, what does it mean to get turned down from life-saving measures by the companies that are supposed to be providing healthcare? They're not providing healthcare. And this is life and death for people. This is not a joke.
Hey, it's Dr. Potter. Can you just tell me your name one more time? I'm sorry, you won't give me your name? I don't understand the relationship. I'm just asking for your name so that I know what doctor I'm speaking with. If we're doing a peer-to-peer, I just want to know who you are. So United won't let you give your name out for security reasons. Can you tell me what specialty you are? Did you do breast reconstruction? You did not do breast reconstruction. Okay, is it her plan that's not allowing her to have this, or United? Does she have a plan exclusion? Can you send me that evaluation? Like, can I see their reasoning and thought?
And by the way, I'm listening to one side of a conversation. I have no way of verifying that she is talking with United or that it's a legitimate representation of their reaction. That's how you're supposed to consume every piece of video content. You have to kind of break things down, but let's listen to how this play out.
Thought process when they've reviewed the literature to see what they reviewed. I mean, you understand this is this patient's one chance to have sensation preserved. And I do think that it's very reasonable to do this as a fellowship trained microsurgeon. I think it's very reasonable to dissect out the fourth intercostal nerve and to graft that to the dermatosensory elements on the nipple to try to give her this chance. Yeah, I would just love to see where United has gone through that data. I mean, I'm a physician, I'm a doctor, and I feel like I'm making a medical decision for my patient. It seems like United is making a medical determination about this. And I don't exactly know how that works, right? It seems like they're practicing medicine. I just want to read it like a paper, right? And see what the references are so I can understand. Can you email it to me? You're not allowed to email it to me? It's an internal resource. I mean, there's data from 2023 and 2024 showing that this is effective.
Why. You know, that sounds like trying to get an answer out of Meta or Google when they slap your account with a restriction. No, we're not going to tell you why. Oh, you're not going to tell me why? Okay.
Yeah, I really would love to read that and see what United is using as the data to support that. And this is her only chance, right? Okay. Yeah, I'll do an internal appeal. Yeah, and I appreciate your time, and I'm so sorry that y'all aren't allowed to give out your names as a fellow physician. Like, I would love to be able to talk to you like you were a peer, but it's crazy. Yeah. Well, best of luck to you, and I appreciate we will. Hey, it's Dr. Potter.
I want a better healthcare system in this country. Branko has a cartoon here. That's a donkey, right? If it saves but one life. Hang on, can I click it? Does it? Okay. Now you can see it. There you go. Democrats. If it saves but one life, I'm going to push my gun control agenda. And they go, how about now? Deport illegal alien criminals and gangs. Some lives don't matter. Don't trust Democrats. And when we talk about an invasion, we talk about the historical context of invading countries, overthrowing their duly elected people, the people that want the sovereignty of those nations to reign supreme, while they're overrun with non-citizens who change their country. This is Bridget Gabriel, I believe. She said that there's a plan that's been in place. She's holding in her hand.
Holding in my hand the Muslim Brotherhood plan for the destruction of the United States, written 5/22/1991. This plan was presented as evidence in the Holy Land Foundation trial, the largest terrorism trial ever in the history of the United States, where our government handed down 108 guilty verdicts for Muslim Americans and Muslim American organizations raising money to support terrorist organizations in the Middle East to the tune of millions. And I'm just going to read you a paragraph of this plan, so it'll give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Understanding the role of the Muslim Brother in North America. The process of settlement is a civilization jihadist process with all the word means. The Ikhwan, which is the Arabic word for brothers, must understand that their work in America is a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within and sabotaging its miserable house by their hands and the hands of the believers, so that it is eliminated and Allah's religion is made victorious over all other religions. Is this clear? But the most important page of this document is the last page. Because in the last page, they list 29 front Islamic organizations set up in the United States with the specific goal of sabotaging America from within.
Sabotaging America from within. That is a common thread of the show.
What do you make of what?
This is from Politics Pool. Here's a conversation. I believe this is I believe that's Telegraph here, talking about DEI and why it's good or bad.
Trump has said about diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. He's basically suggested that they should be scrapped.
They should be scrapped. Yeah, diversity, equity, and inclusion are three wonderful sounding words that are in fact a scheme to do the exact opposite. It's to divide, and it's to create inequality. It's to revive racism, but this time against white people. It's all based on this idea that there's an oppressor and oppressed. It's what I call neo-communism, because the communism before 1989 failed. It was centered around class and economic inequality. But this DEI scheme is based on race and identity politics. And these things are terrible, and we've seen the outcome of that. So for the Trump administration to go out and say, let's get rid of this, I'm very much in favor of that.
What do you make of what Trump has?
DEI is divisive, it is racist, and it should be banned. Let's listen to what Trump is saying. President Trump is saying about Alcatraz. It looks like they're going to make Alcatraz great again.
And I guess because the judges, so many of these radicalized judges, they want to have trials for every single, think of it, every single person that's in our country illegally, that came in illegally, that would mean millions of trials, and it's just so ridiculous what's happening. And it's long been a symbol, Alcatraz. It's a symbol of law and order. And I guess because the judges, so many of these radicalized judges.
Looks like Alcatraz is coming back. Maybe we'll put traitorous members of Congress and former presidents in there.
Like you care to claim.
Here's a conversation. It was this Michael Knowles, I believe, about gender dysphoria.
About women so much because trans people in the bathroom is so scary.
My claim
What
here
are we doing
is
in other areas?
my actual claim here is that transgenderism is false and we should eradicate it from public life because it's harmful to everyone.
Okay.
That's my actual. If you want to talk about the claim, we're actually
then.
yeah.
What does transgenderism in public look like to you?
It's allowing men to be treated for the purposes of the law as women. It's men taking 900 sports trophies from women in recent years. And
they didn't take 900.
They took 900. There's a report just came out from the United Nations, actually. 890 trophies.
I did not take 900.
And medals across 600 women who were competitors, across 29 different sports and 400 competitions. That came out like yesterday.
And they deserved them.
It didn't happen, and they deserve them. Okay, that is the logic I hear from the pro-trans crowd. Yeah.
Thank you. They do deserve them.
Thank you.
I'm sure they followed the specifications for the sport, and that's why they were there in the first place. Like you care to.
That didn't happen, and they deserve them. You just pivot from one lie to the next. That's the comment. Let me type that. They just pivot from one lie to the next. No, they didn't take. Where are we at? There we go. No, they didn't take 900 trophies. And they deserved them. That is one of the best interview answers I've ever heard, because this is exactly what it feels like arguing with a leftist. Exactly what it feels like trying to have a conversation with a Democrat. Oh, that didn't happen. And by the way, they deserve it. That just perfectly encapsulates. Remember that post where I said arguing with a boomer or a leftist is like arguing with the TV. They don't hear you and they don't care. They just on to the next talking. But like they'll argue both points so that no matter which way they lose, they can fall back on something else. Yeah, protect women in sports, please. Here is Senator Kennedy.
Secured the border. He's been very aggressive.
Talking about President Trump's actions.
In abolishing racial quotas. He's deregulating the economy, getting rid of rules and regulations.
Good.
He's changed the national conversation about the federal budget. He and Mr. Musk. Under President Biden, the conversation or the question was, who needs to pay more in taxes? Now, thanks to Trump and Musk, I think the question in Washington and elsewhere is what the hell happened to the money?
What the hell happened to the money?
He's secured the border.
Actually, that's what I'll type. What the hell happened to the money button? Liberty-loving Liz says firing teachers for pride flags isn't hate. It's about keeping classrooms focused on learning, not agendas. Agree or disagree? Fox News reporting President Trump will donate his $400,000 annual presidential salary once again. Biden didn't do that. Miss Muckraker on... Whoop. Switch the format here. Miss Muckraker on a pile of files here says President Trump authorizes a 100% tariff on all movies produced outside of the United States. Oh, so are you saying that this is in order to bring filming back to the United States? since it's cheaper to film elsewhere outside of California and outside of the United States now. I'm open to digging into this and finding out if this is a good thing. California, Los Angeles, absolutely decimated. Just report after report that those sound studios are empty. Like the whole business has fled LA because they made it too punitive, too expensive to film in Los Angeles. Well, guess what happens? You push people out. You push people out, and then that money goes elsewhere. Make filmmaking in America again. Make American filmmaking great again. There we go. Oh, here's a quote from our favorite infiltrator, Ilhan Omar. Our country should be more fearful of white men because they are causing more of the deaths within this country. Causing most of the deaths within this country, she claims. What is this? Well, I guess this is a breakdown of the demographics. I don't even like having these conversations, but when you're listening to the other side, you gotta kind of make sense of it and lay it out. Miss Muckraker says young adult black males, 15 to 44 aged, cause the most deaths in the United States through homicide, with black males accounting for a disproportionate share of homicide offenders. 37% of known offenders in 2020 FBI data, despite being 7% of the population. Homicide rates are highest for black males, 52.3 per 100,000 in 2021, according to the CDC. So she's lying in her comments. This is 17-year-old Caleb Kelly, who was shot in the upper abdomen and robbed of his wallet in the parking lot of near the Going Gone store off 15501 in Aberdeen, North Carolina on late Sunday night. Caleb is recovering at UNC Hospital in Chapel Hill, a GoFundMe created to help with medical expenses. 3 teens have been arrested. Elijah Jones, 18, charged with felony assault with a deadly weapon. Khalil McCrimmon, 18 of Carthage, accessory after the fact, destroying criminal evidence. In a 17-year-old male juvenile from Robbins, charges not fully detailed. This appears to be a black on white crime yet again. Lavita Almuente Ferrer, Miss Muckraker says, a 64-year-old former U.S. State Department senior budget analyst, pled guilty to embezzling $660,000 from the agency between 22 and 24. Worked at the Office of Chief of Protocol. She abused her signature authority over a department checking account, issuing 60 checks to herself and 3 to an individual with whom she had a personal relationship. She deposited all 63 checks into her personal accounts and used QuickBooks to alter payee information, disguising her actions by substituting legitimate vendor names. Ferrer is also known as Lavita Brezovic, pled guilty of theft of government property a couple days ago. Full restitution is owed. Good job for South Carolina finding all that fraud. What's this one now? Federal jury convicted Louisiana nurse practitioner for her central role in a brazen healthcare fraud scheme, bilking Medicare out of more than $2 million in taxpayer funds. Shannoni Chatman Ashley, 45, of Opelousas, found guilty on 5 counts of healthcare fraud. She orchestrated wide-ranging scam with fraudulent health services in medically unnecessary durable medical equipment. Good. Thanks for finding that. Ordered more than 1,000 pieces of DME, knee braces, suspension sleeves for elderly and disabled patients that she never examined. In many cases, she had never even spoken to these people. Good. Finding more fraud. Argentine President Javier Milei, has ordered the declassification of more than 1,850 official documents detailing the arrival and activities of Nazi war criminals in Argentina following World War II. This decision, announced March of 25, comes in response to a request by Simon Wiesenthal Center, aiming to shed light on a dark chapter of Argentine history. The files, now available through an Argentine government website, contain information about notorious figures such as Mengele and Eichmann. For instance, Mengele arrived in Buenos Aires in 49 with a Red Cross passport, applied for official documentation under his real name in 56. Eichmann entered the country in 50 under the alias Ricardo Clement and was captured by Mossad in 60 in San Fernando, Argentina. U.S. Senator Chuck Grassley sent a letter to President Milei requesting assistance in the investigation of undisclosed Nazi assets held in Credit Suisse and predecessor banks. And yes, also reporting, President Trump orders the reopening of Alcatraz. The latest ICE target has been the Lima Lopez Transnational Criminal Organization, also known as Lopez Human Smuggling Organization, LHSO. It's a Guatemala-based human smuggling network tied to money laundering, cartel alliances, and the trafficking of migrants into the U.S. Since 2020, the group's operations expanded rapidly across Guatemala, Mexico, and the U.S., fueled by rising migration flows under the Biden administration's open border policies and strategic partnerships with criminal syndicates like the Juarez cartel. Democrat lawmakers and mainline legacy media have recently criticized ICE for its April 24th raid on a home in northwest Oklahoma City as part of Operation Take Back America, a long-running investigation into transnational human smuggling. So that's the big story. Oklahoma man has now replaced Maryland man. Oh, they raided a home and it was U.S. citizens. Well, the target of the search warrant was the home. The home was the hub of the human trafficking, and allegedly, the bills were being paid by the gangs. So, before you go on and on, I can't believe they did this to a U.S. citizen. Let's see how it shakes out and what the citizen was involved with. Was this one of the kingpins running all this human trafficking through the country? I always enjoy the Miss Muckraker reports. Never know what I'm going to get. I just kind of read them all as a scattershot. Rapid Response 47 says NIH closes experimentation labs accused of brutally killing thousands of beagles for 40 years. Bravo. Bravo. Very happy to see it. All right. Let's go ahead and share this tab. Make sure you're following the New American Media on X at American_media_. This is Ted Cruz at the Kentucky Derby having a blast. There's Sovereignty winning the Derby. Can't show you, so you don't get a copyright. First Derby win for his owners. Good job. Good job, Sovereignty, beating journalism. Bill Crystal says, hey, JD Vance, are you fine with this disrespect and mocking of the Holy Father? The Holy Father. I don't know who amongst you are Catholic. There's one Holy Father, and that's God Almighty. I don't understand why people worship a pope. I'm not Catholic. I don't get it. They can do what they want. But this guy's a man. The Pope is a man. You don't worship a pope. You don't worship all these saints and all the. There's a pope. That's cool. There's saints. That's fine. But there's one God, and the Pope is not God. And so this image was created about President Trump as the Pope. I think the question was like, who would you like to see as the Pope? And then this picture came out. He's like, all right, I'll be the Pope. Why not? Wouldn't you want to be the Pope? I don't know. It'd be interesting. Are people barred from being the Pope? Like, why not? Why not want to be the Pope? Bill Crystal, a lifelong Trump derangement syndrome sufferer, says, hey, JD Vance, are you fine with this disrespect and mocking of the Holy Father? The Holy Father. Anyway, JD, well, I mean, just the Pope is whatever he is, but the Holy Father is God Almighty. You have Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Aside from God and Jesus, like everybody else is just a person. I don't understand with the deification of this Pope guy. Why do you need a middleman? It's never made sense to me. It's not my religion. But yeah, if you're asked who should be the next Pope, like, yeah, I'll be the next Pope. Why not? But JD answered the question, are you fine with the disrespect and mocking of the Holy Father? He says, as a general rule, I'm fine with people telling jokes and not fine with people starting stupid wars that kill thousands of my countrymen. I think that was a shot at Bill Kristol, who's a pretty well-known war hawk neocon. End Wokeness says the entire developed world is dying. Here's the birth rate. Let me large screen this for you. Total number of births per 1,000 people in a given year. The only place people are really being born is Africa. What? The comments, a civilization that mocks motherhood, sterilizes instinct, and exiles its own masculinity will not survive. The birth collapse isn't a mystery. It's the full pharmaco-feminism, consumer cults, and antenatal propaganda. It's not declined, it's engineered extinction. Geez, there's a lot of words in that. The birth rate is collapsing. It's the great population collapse. Someone talking about the positive impacts of fasting. Well, readers are adding context, this and that, so do your own research and talk to your own doctor, but is fasting good for you? I don't know. I enjoy it. It's one of the only things that makes me feel good. It really helps reset how I feel. It's good for me. I should do it more often. Here's a comment you could agree with or disagree with. It's this Keith Woods puts this out. If you missed the story, a woman was, I think the story is that a woman was robbed by either a 9-year-old or an 11-year-old. And the story was reported as being a 5-year-old autistic kid. I'm still getting information on it. I don't know the full story, so I'm not going to form a full opinion on it. But they were at the park, and this woman says that one of these kids was stealing her property, and she called him a mean name that starts with the letter N. Keith Woods says the main reason whites are starting to wake up to their racial the main reason whites are starting to wake up to their racial interest and ongoing victimization is that with social media, they can now see how other races view them in unfiltered form. The fundraiser for Shiloh Hendricks would not have reached the support it did, which is more than 500,000. It wouldn't receive the support it did if not for seeing how blacks responded to the murder of Austin Metcalf. That was that Carmelo killer at the track meet. In a multicultural society where everyone else is tribal, there is no neutral, colorblind position. If you're not helping your group, you're complicit in their unfair treatment at the hands of other groups. So the Misfit Patriot says, I know literally zero details about this story, but once again, having an opinion based on no details that's sketchy. I'm trying to get as many details as I can, and I'm still figuring it out. But they say, I know literally zero details of this story, but I can tell you anyone donating to this chick is effing retarded. And she's trying to raise money to basically build a new life because she's been doxxed and threatened. In this comment, this deli can commission's open says, I'm glad Austin got stabbed in the heart. White people are evil. So there's an all-out assault, part of the Obama doctrine that's been permeating through the culture for decades. Try to grab one story about Colin Kaepernick not signing a multi-million-dollar deal because he got benched for Blaine Gabbert. And for years, all we had to hear is that America's racist and the NFL's racist. No, it's not. And no, it's not. Well, surely you can't look at the history of the United States and say that in the past things were, yeah, every country goes through what they go through. Right. Yeah. And look at 2025 America today. Look at the great strides that have happened. Oh, so you're saying everything's equal now. I mean, there's an equal opportunity. You have an equal opportunity to stop blaming anything outside your control. Look in the mirror and decide you're not going to be a victim. You're going to make smart decisions and you're going to succeed in this world. Yes, everybody is capable of doing that in America. I agree. I agree with that. But, you know, this person's comment, I'm glad that this white kid got stabbed in the heart by this black kid because he was sitting in their area where the allegation is that their tent area, it's not just that a dude was in the wrong seat. It was that there were thefts, and that people in that area where they keep all their belongings, all their bags, all their, money, supplies, expensive things that could be sold or pawned or used. Told that kid to get out of there, get away from our stuff. And so he went and came back with a knife and stabbed him in the heart. And that's being celebrated by some people because, as this person says, white people are evil. So this conversation is happening, and it's happening very forefront. It's happening right in front of us. It's uncomfortable. It's unpleasant. This is just a video of some white kid getting beaten up by a mob of people that appear to be different from him. Or to her. I don't know what I'm even looking at. I don't want to share these beat up videos. I don't like it. But it's a 5-on-1 mauling of a white person by several black people. Why is that not a full page story? Why is that not front to back media? It's an all-out assault on white people. It's racism. It's anti-white racism. Well, it's because the media hasn't wanted to tell that story ever. They haven't wanted to talk about that. Name the last high-profile black on white or anti-white murder or jumping story. Like, where is that? They don't push these stories. They'll push Colin Kaepernick. Nike will get behind it. Oh, man, look, America's racist because Colin Kaepernick. No, it's not. That's a half white, half black dude that went to the Super Bowl when he was good, and he didn't get a $50 million contract when he sucked. That's it. It wasn't racism, but y'all had to make it about that. I know. What is wrong with people? I don't know. I hate these stories. But this is what people are talking about. Do you agree or disagree? As I'm scrolling through, I'll retweet some stuff to get your opinions. Chief Scott Hughes here says a Hamilton County deputy was murdered today, not by accident, not in a moment of chaos, but targeted, ambushed, and killed while directing traffic at the University of Cincinnati commencement ceremony. And here's what should outrage every decent person. The driver who hit and killed that deputy was the father of the thug who fled from Cincinnati police yesterday, armed with a gun, and was shot and killed by CPD. Let that sink in. Instead of taking, this was a black on white crime where this officer was ambushed and killed. Black on white. Where is the narrative? Where are the stories across the nation? Where's the nonstop? Where are the protests in the city center? The ticker at the bottom of the screen? Or that's only for George Floyd. Only some stories. Where was the story about Ashley Babbitt, the unarmed veteran mother who took the only gunfire shot to be killed on January 6th when a mostly peaceful protest occurred in Washington as a result of 7 fraud states or swing states pausing their vote magically roughly around the same time, just long enough over the days and weeks ahead where hundreds of thousands of vote deficits could magically disappear by just about enough. 10,000 here, 5,000 there, 20,000 here, just to make sure Joe Biden could seize control of the country. The officer Byrd that shot and killed that white lady, that was the only shot fired that entire day. That guy got off with his murder, got off with his execution, never had to face justice. But when you have Daniel Penny on the subway trying to restrain a violent lunatic who's threatening to kill people, well, he's white and the perpetrator was black and the guy died. That was front page news nonstop. And it was, oh, look at this. Black people are the victims. Daniel Penny's a white guy. White people are evil. Look at this vigilante justice. Daniel Penny killed somebody who doesn't look white. Daniel Penny's therefore evil. I shared a video a couple days ago where it was it was a Zoom call. And it was, what did they say? Kyle Rittenhouse killed 3 unarmed black people in Kenosha. It's like, huh? What? These people were armed and they were white. But the media narrative gets pushed out there with Kyle Rittenhouse. It gets pushed out there with George Floyd. George Floyd for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes from the moment that video camera was shown. He was saying he couldn't breathe. He was saying he was having a panic attack or an overdose or some sort of medical event from the minute he knocked on the window to talk with him. Then he was peacefully arrested, taken into the back of the cop car. Nobody saw that whole part of the video where the guy was hyperventilating or overdosing from eating fentanyl, whatever the case actually is. All you saw was the end of that. And there have been multiple Minnesota police officers said, we were trained to put our knee on the shoulder, upper neck, back area where Derek Chauvin had his knee to restrain this guy that was having an absolute freak out. The optics looked terrible. It looked like he was strangled or he broke his neck. A certain part of that story was told, but not all of it, because it pushed an agenda that the Democrats ran with in cahoots with the lying legacy media and the deep state to push anti-white anger across America to say there was an injustice that occurred and therefore we need to burn America down. That's what led to Kenosha. So some parts of stories are told, but not other parts of stories. And it's sort of about time we start asking why. Why is it always one push for one type of story and never the other? I mean, just in casually scrolling, I'm not seeking these things out. I go through the feed and see what looks interesting. I share posts for your consideration and for the conversation. A retweet is not always an endorsement. But why are these black on white crimes not being addressed the same way? And how many of them are occurring? Well, what are the number of these attacks? We went through the demographics a couple posts ago. Anyway, this post continues. Instead of taking accountability for his son's criminal actions, this father chose revenge. He got in his car and intentionally drove it into a deputy simply because he wore a badge. Where was this father yesterday when his son was running wild with a gun? Where was his outrage when that kid endangered lives and forced officers into a deadly encounter? This is bigger than one family. It's about the culture that defends criminals and demonizes the cops trying to stop them. And that's the other part of it. All cops are bad. ACAB means all cops are bastards. That's part of the permanent outrage culture, the permanent protest culture. Whether it's Antifa, Black Bloc, BLM, pick your favorite group here. It's anti-cop, and then that turns into anti-white, that turns into anti-MAGA, anti-Republican, anti-Trump, anti-common sense, anti-rule of law, anti-decency, pro-everything goes, pro-violence, pro-madness. This post says, enough is enough. To my brothers and sisters in uniform, stay sharp, stay focused, stay ready. Your uniform makes you a target, but your training, awareness, and mindset will keep you alive. Watch each other's backs. Don't get complacent. And that happened in Ohio, so I'm kind of following that story. It's a 3-minute video. I'm not going to play it, but they're calling Elon Musk a legend, the greatest couch surfer of all time. This one, I don't want to brag, but if couch surfing was a sport, I'd win. Yeah, and this right here, perfect. Take white and black out of it, because it's really not about white and black. It's oppressed and oppressor. It's some groups of people that could never do any right, which is white people, according to the Marxists, the Leninists, the Stalinists, the communists, the socialists, the leftists, the Democrats, the globalists, the NWO. Perfect. No black person involved in this story. You have an African, I'm sorry, specifically an African American, but not a black person. I know, this is hurting my brain too, because I don't waste my time every fucking day worrying about what people look like. I don't spend all hours of my day bitching and moaning or like raging about the melanin content of somebody's skin or what kind, like I don't worry about unnecessary things. I worry about content of character and what they're doing. But it is funny because Elon Musk is an African American. He's from South Africa, but he's a white dude from South Africa, which Makes it extra confusing unnecessarily. But what I was trying to get at here is, okay, well, how about this story? Nothing about black people here. A little bit about African Americans, but nothing about black people. But just do the comparison. C3 says 96% of media coverage of Kilmar Abrego Garcia is positive for some reason. That dude, rap sheet a mile long, abusing his wife, deportation orders, the tattoos across his knuckles, the human smuggling when he gets pulled over in Tennessee, a rap sheet a mile long, not prosecuted by the Biden administration's ICE, Immigrations and Custom Enforcement. So 96% of, and I don't know if these numbers are exactly correct, but the point remains. Most media coverage of Kilmar is positive. 96% of media coverage of Elon Musk is negative. One man, Kilmar, is an illegal alien invader gang member, and the other is a man exposing government theft. So telling. It's so telling to see who people back and support and what the media is doing. Mike Lee says they call good evil and they call evil good. It's not about what people look like. It's how people act. And I really hate when people take a Nike Colin Kaepernick thing and just beat us over the heads with it for years. When they take a Chauvin story and just beat us over the head for years. That George Floyd story, just years of it. They often say that the demand for racism, anti-black racism, there's tons of anti-white racism. The demand for anti-black racism far exceeds the actual supply. When you have the Bubba Wallace fake race hoax, you have the Juicy Smollett fake race hoax, the LeBron James fake race hoax. Just there's stacks of this stuff because they know it sells. They know that it makes money. They know that it helps them gain power and control. So they keep doing it. As long as it works, that's going to happen, which is why you have to prosecute the bad guys. This Trump administration needs to go after the deep state, because if you don't prosecute the bad guys, they're going to keep doing it. But if you make an example out of them, they'll stop. Or at least you'll take them off the chessboard. Anyway. There are a few Let me switch. Okay, that's the exact opposite of what I was going for. There are a few topics that I enjoy discussing much less than, well, I mean, racial topics are pretty much the worst. Race stuff, Jew stuff. It's just, you flip over two rocks and all you see is just poison everywhere. It's just toxic. It's venom everywhere. I don't love the topics. Not a big fan in any way. But it's what's going on in the world, and I'm talking about it. I'm trying to be fair. They're just kind of showing this here. This, I don't know that it's super important, but just showing the size of Texas. California fits inside of it. Texas is so big.
That's because we just kind of need to take it in and angle it just, okay, there we go. And finally have to ask the question you've all probably been thinking, which is, can you fit Texas inside of Texas? Let's see. No, but it's close though. Most people don't.
It's a funny post. You can't even fit Texas inside of Texas. You can fit the United States inside of Texas. I mean, it's big, but it's not that big. Yeah, here's the New Hope. Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. It's Trump, and then it's Biden seizing control, and Empire Strikes Back, and then Trump coming back. May the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with you, everybody. That was yesterday. Now we're on Cinco de Mayo. Not sure how you choose to celebrate, but celebrate wisely. Have a good time. The Department of Defense has released a Star Wars May the 4th be with you video listing all of the Department of Defense's accomplishments in the past 100 days. Can't play the music. But there's a list of accomplishments. Good social media use. May the 4th be with you. This is Growing Up Italian. Obi-Wan Cannoli. I love a good pun. Obi-Wan Cannoli. The White House says happy May 4th to all, including the radical left lunatics who are fighting so hard to bring Sith lords, murderers, drug lords, dangerous prisoners, and well-known MS-13 gang members back into our galaxy. You're not the rebellion, you're the empire. And there's a picture of President Trump with a lightsaber. What a great social media department the White House has. We are truly on the best timeline now. The radical left lunatics bringing in Sith lords and MS-13 gang members. A report, according to Colin, has music, can't play it. A report shows Antarctica reverses trend and gains ice for the first time in decades, according to a new study published by Science China Earth Sciences. Researchers say from 21 to 23, Antarctic ice sheet saw record-breaking mass gain. Tongji University researchers say satellite gravimetry data shows that from 11 to 20, Antarctic ice sheet lost 142 gigatons of ice per year. That trend flipped between 21 and 23 when the ice sheet allegedly gained 108 gigatons of ice per year. Most of the gains are in East Antarctica. Scientists say much of the gains are linked to precipitation patterns, which could be temporary. Crazy. So how about we don't destroy our economy based on a freak out about the ice? Okay. Yep, sovereignty won. Yeah, this is Caleb Kelly, robbed and shot in a parking lot in North Carolina. Say a prayer for his complete recovery. We have got to start rounding up the dirtbags and throwing away the key. May the dork not be you. Good morning, Kenneth. Welcome. This American mother, listen to this. Has this happened to you or a loved one? Ask.
Why are y'all asking my 2-year-old at a pediatric appointment what gender she is and what pronouns she prefers? She doesn't even know her ABCs.
You hearing that? You better be very careful with the people you let talk to your child. Everywhere. You better be very careful. The medical profession has gone batshit crazy. There are two sexes, male and female. Let it be. Leave them alone. And don't start messing with the 2-year-old. Don't ever let somebody see your child without you. Ever. Don't let them put false memories into their heads. Don't suggestively sell them on the idea that, oh, well, do you... Just none of it. None of it. Don't let them encourage or try to ask leading questions. We'll see that your kid, I believe your kid is trans. Your kid has gender dysphoria now. No. Don't. Someone starts that shit, get them out of that medical facility, go somewhere else. Do not let them try to push gender dysphoria onto your kids, and be very careful about the schools that you let your kid go to. Yeah, Kenneth, you're right. I think that is where ice cubes come from. The eastern Antarctic region. This woman is sounding the alarm bell. Be careful. The indoctrination in America starts early.
Again, Rick Monday, right?
This right here, 49 years ago today, Rick Monday saved the American flag from being burned at the field at Dodger Stadium. This is back when Americans respected this country and our flag. Standing ovation. No, you're not going to get down on the field and burn our flag. Piss off. Great play, Rick Monday. Great play. I wonder how that would play out today. Bunch of dorks. The Amuse account says Doge. Okay, I think this is what I was referencing earlier. Treasury is already saving hundreds of millions of dollars thanks to the Doge team's new automated payment verification system, APVS. In its first week alone, this system blocked $334 million in improper payments. Before Doge stepped in, Treasury was rubber stamping every payment request, no questions asked. Well, thank you. Thank you, Doge. The fraud zapper 3000. That's big balls. Nice. President Trump posted Argentina's President Javier Milei's favorite quote, huge. Real Donald Trump posted this from Milei. If printing money would end poverty, printing diplomas would end stupidity. Right? Let that sink in for a second. If printing money ended poverty, printing diplomas would end stupidity. No, that doesn't work because it doesn't work. You know that. I know that. The American people know that. Hey, by the way, if you're gonna demonize police, let's look at Glendale, Arizona FOP Lodge number 12. A madman is terrorizing a neighborhood with gunfire. Rifle unit arrives. He rests his coffee on the dash. Right. One shot. 83 yards. I don't know who's whistling and why. I don't think this is the police.
Are those shots coming from the outside?
One shot.
I don't know. Reloaded. Are those shots coming from the outside? I don't know.
X-ray 316, shot fired, suspects down.
Not all cops are bastards. And you know what? I really need us to clean up the vermin who are shooting random people, who are abusing people on subway trains, who are raping young girls, who are taking, like, anybody who's out there acting a fool, you got to go. You don't have the right to abuse humanity for your own selfish needs. I get it. I don't want a totalitarian police force any more than the next person. But we do need somebody to round up the bad guys. Where is it coming from? Well, in this case, it was a Glendale, Arizona police officer. Yeah, if you wanted to watch this call again, it's right here on our X feed. American surgeon doing a peer-to-peer call with United Healthcare trying to get a patient's surgery approved. I don't believe it worked very well. There's President Trump doing his White House ballroom. We played that already. We played this already, the meaning of DEI in a nutshell. So a lot of these stories, we'll put it both on Instagram and then we'll put it on X. You know, we haven't covered the Virginia Guffrey story enough. The abused in this Epstein case. This girl was linked to Prince Andrew, and now what happened? Let's tell this story real quick. Make sure we don't forget.
Oh my God, check this out. Watch this here, Tom. Watch this here, Tom. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Okay, go to other cases he's worked on. Go lower, go lower, go lower, go lower, go lower. Go up a little bit.
Judge.
Right there. Hang on. Right there. You will not even believe what I just found. Look at the case you worked on. Look for all the way in the bottom of miscellaneous, second line. 2021, 2022. Kaplan was presiding judge on matter relating towards Virginia Guffrey and Prince Andrew. Click on that on section. Watch what happens. What happens to the case. Click on that's the one. Click right there. Zoom in and just go to the top. Yeah. Jennifer and Andrew reached. The case was dismissed by the party stipulation in March 2022 without going to trial.
Prince Andrew.
So let me get this straight. This case, read the top. Federal Court, Virginia. You know who Virginia, Joe, I mean, we just talked about her, right?
Trafficked girl
That's
from
right.
Epstein Island.
From Epstein Island, second son of,
The
for
picture.
sexual assault under court, several sexual encounters with Andrew in the early 2000s at the age of 17 after being sex trafficked by American financier and convicted by sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Dismissed without going to trial. Yet Trump's $83.3 million.
Wow. Wow. What a freaking find.
Great find.
That is insane. All you gotta do is dig a little.
So, for everybody who's talking about we need to make arrests, we need to go ahead and just indict everybody right now, there's a big problem with the judicial system. The same judge who ruled Donald Trump was guilty in the E. Jean Carroll thing. By the way, if we're putting $100 on a horse, I'll put $100 on that E. Jean Carroll thing being overturned. There's no way that was a legitimate ruling. That was a political hit job to try to take care of President Trump. And that didn't work. They tried a legitimate hit job in Butler, Pennsylvania. These people are desperate because they're busted and nobody likes them. And we know that they're pirates stealing our shit. Wait, why is Trevor Bauer trending? Tell me somebody signed him to the Major League Baseball. What is this? Busted newspaper has released a mugshot of Lindsay Hill, the woman exposed for lying and ruining Trevor Bauer's career. I'm a big Trevor Bauer fan. Met him, got an autograph, and shared my Thug Life edit with him. Charges reportedly laid are seriously disturbing, especially cruelty to animals. History of wild behavior. If guilty, she should be locked up. Intoxication in a public place, cruelty to animals in the second degree, driving on a DUI suspended license, assault in the third degree, disorderly conduct. This woman's a terror. But Trevor Bauer has been banned from Major League Baseball because this lady made false claims against him that were thrown out. And he's been pitching in Mexico and Japan because he's been blackballed. So, yeah. All right. It's time for Major League. Actually, I'm going to type that. It's high time for can I do at MLB? Yeah. To lift their blackball of at Bauer outage already. Trevor was never found guilty of anything, and his accuser appears to be a psycho. Let the man pitch again. He's good for baseball and good for innocent people wrongly accused everywhere. Do the right thing. Ooh, I love when a tweet is the perfect number of characters. Anyway, Trevor Bauer is trending. I wanted to see what that was about. I've interviewed this dude before at Politicon. Here he is asking well, it's an interesting question. Take a listen.
Why do you live in a white country rather than...
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Why do you live in a white country rather than your own country? You live in London there. Why do you live in a white country? I'm sorry?
It's not a white country because I want to tell people about Islam. And if I stay in a Muslim country, they're already Muslim. So there's no point of me telling them about Islam, right? So I have to be in a place where people are not Muslim, right? So if I'm in the UK, there is a lot of people who from different religions, different faiths, where I can have a dialogue because this is what I do, right? Interfaith, religious discourse and all of that. So I engage with different people.
Could a Christian move to a Muslim country and freely and openly convert the people from Islam to Muslim?
Great question.
I mean, to Christian.
Well, ideally, under Islamic law, no, you're not allowed to because...
You're not allowed to openly convert Muslims to Christianity. So why is it being tolerated the other way around?
Christianity is false, why Islam is the truth. You don't allow these harmful ideologies to infiltrate into our people.
When tolerance becomes a one-way street, it leads to cultural suicide. When I am able to fly to Saudi Arabia with my Bible in hand, with my cross around my neck, to go to Mecca and go to a church, then guess what? We're good to go. But until that point, we have to understand the objectives and the goals that Islam has.
The goals and objectives to change your nation from the inside out. All right. Well, did you see this one? This is what I don't like talking about black and white issues because it's so toxic. And I don't like talking about Jewish stuff. It's so toxic. Turn the rock over and you will see a lot of slimy stuff underneath. Regardless of which opinion you hold or which side you're on, it's just gross. It gets really weird. Barstool's Dave Portnoy.
Get ready to go to the Met Gala. All right, emergency press conference time. So I'm getting ready to go to the Met Gala. And all of a sudden my phone, the last hour or two, my phone's fucking blowing up. Our bar in Philadelphia, Barstool Sampson Street, usually a great fucking bar. You know, bottle service, people buy drinks. You get a sign. There was a sign yesterday that said, fuck the Jews. I've been shaking.
He's been shaking. Can you have a sign that says F the blacks, F the whites? I feel like I've seen a lot of F the whites stuff all over the place for a lot of the time that Obama's been around on the scene. I feel like I've seen a lot of that. It's not really something you see. Anyway, it's just interesting. It's left him shaking. And I just, when Hamas attacked the Israeli concert and butchered those people, it's been very strange to see all of the uprising in the streets. The BLM people changed their costumes in for pro-Palestine, anti-Israel people. It's interesting to me. Imagine being the victim of an attack when a war started and you're defending the attackers. That's what's been going on. And then they say, no, it's Israel. They're the invaders. They don't belong in this area. 1947, the Rothschilds in the United States installed them here. We want them gone from the river to the sea. Intifada, we shall be free. From the river to the sea. No more Jews should exist. Calling for open genocide. That's not what they're calling for. Yeah, it is. Unless they're not. Fine. I hate this topic. But Dave Portnoy is literally shaking.
I've been so fucking mad for the last 2 hours. Like, I instantly got on. This is why the emergency press conference was late, because I was so over the top. It's like, I'm going to fucking make it my life fucking mission to ruin these people. Like, I'm coming to your throat. I'm never ending. And
so that is the video there. Can't play it because there's music.
And all of a sudden, my phone, the last hour
I believe he's now trying to send these people to Auschwitz and say, I don't want to ruin the lives of these 20-something-year-old kids. I think I shared that tweet too. I'll scroll back up to it for the update, but I guess that's the bar Portnoy owns. And somebody paid money to put this on the sign, and somebody held it up. Somebody wrote it out. Somebody allowed it.
Phone's fucking blowing.
Being fired. So, that's a word.
Our
That's
bar in
phrase.
Philadelphia, Barstool Sampson Street.
F the Jews. And then this lady called a kid the N-word. Salty Girl says we should not have to live this way. If you're unwilling, hold on. I am 1776. Okay, there's a lot of these. Hold on. White people know who to try. There you go. Tony Soprano says this. Looks like a black guy in the image. White people know who to try. That's why videos like these in the comments mean nothing. Because 99% of these people cowards. She walked away as she talked trash. Also, here in Baltimore, we kill for less. White people's here almost scared to walk on the same side of the street. At the bar, you were a pal with the Steins. Glug, glug, glug. Yeah, so she says a word, and then I am 1776 says, yeah, you're living up to the stereotype, huh? You know that whole thing, you're a bad person if you cross the street away from someone that doesn't look like you. You know, that white guilt, that white shame. It's like a very tired trope that's been going on for a long time. And Salty Girl says, we should not have to live this way. If you're willing to murder someone over a word, you're unfit to live in modern society.
Why do you?
He read this phrase, and it.
Bottle service. People buy
he
drinks.
Is out of his. He is irate.
You get a sign. There was a.
She says a word because a kid is stealing from her, so she uses the meanest word she can think of in the moment. And by the way, if you've ever been in an argument with a significant other and they try to say the meanest thing to you, I know maybe in healthy relationships that doesn't happen, but in reality, that stuff happens. Are you able to kill people because they use a word? You know. President Trump here saying, and I think there's a follow-up to this. There's a few more, so I'm just going to buzz through them. President Trump is saying about the 2028 presidential run, it's something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do. There are many people selling the 2028 hat, but this is not something I'm looking to do. I'm looking to have 4 great years and turn it over to somebody. Okay, so there he is. He's kind of telling you he's not planning on a 28 run. But it's like I said earlier. Why is Congress allowed to have people that are not born in America? I don't think that should be the case. Dual allegiances. I don't like it. Regardless, doesn't matter if you're from Sweden, Japan, Ukraine, Israel. I don't care where you're from. If you're not born in this country, you shouldn't be elected to serve this country because you might be serving a foreign nation, a foreign homeland. Dual allegiances should have no place. And if there's term limits for the president, why not term limits on Congress? And if there's not term limits on Congress, why have term limits for the president? Oh, well, that just means Obama will run again. Oh, please. Please bring it. Oh, please. Yeah, I would love a chance to issue a referendum on Barack Obama now that we know who he is. Oh, yeah. Anyway, Jack Posobiec, who I was the guest on his program last year. God, it's been almost a year or something. The White House is now posting that DEI stands for deport every illegal. Is that what you voted for? This question from Data Republican. She gets asked, why isn't Soros banned from America? There's a whole lot of information here. NED is the NED. Where is it? NED stands for National Endowment for Democracy. It's all kind of linked together. All these NGOs that he protects and partners with him because he has a shared foreign policy vision. That same foreign policy that labels President Trump as a threat to democracy. NED members are Victoria Nuland, Karen Bass, Todd Young, Elise Stefanik, Mel Martinez, Steve Began, and Todd Young twice. That was on there twice. But anyway, if you want to do a deep dive, check out what Data Republican put out. President Trump is supposed to issue a sports announcement at 1 p.m. Did that come out yet? Let me check ESPN because I believe... No, I don't see it on ESPN. Okay. So we'll keep our eyes peeled. Osama Obama. I believe the plan was to announce that Washington, D.C. will be the host city for the 2027 NFL draft, which is good since they're now cleaning D.C. up. Under Democrat rule, it's been turned into a hellhole, like everything that if you allow Democrats to run roughshod over people. President Trump is saying, clean up this city, and they've been working on it. Brian Cates posts this. He says, remember, President Trump is the guy who reinstituted the federal death penalty for harming kids during his first term. I think that's what you always reference, right? David, yeah? President Trump is the guy who reinstituted federal death penalty for harming kids during his first term. Federal D.C. judges tried to block him from doing it, but they failed. He wrote about Uncover DC, link to the column in the comments. A lot of worthless social media influencers may not see what's coming, but I assure you Trump's enemies do. Just as then, U.S. Attorney General William Barr made a surprise announcement about the reinstitution of the federal death penalty after federal judges had stubbornly blocked any executions from being carried out over 17 years. Look for a surprise announcement soon. For, air quote, surprise announcement soon from current U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi about the recent death warrants she's been signing. Actually, I'm being kind of sarcastic here. It's not really a surprise announcement about more forthcoming federal executions of inmates currently on federal death row, since Bondi's publicly talking about signing the death warrants live on video. Oh, that slipped by you, did it? You mean those crack social media influencers somehow missed Bondi openly talking about the death warrants she's been signing at the recent White House cabinet meeting? Gee, how did that happen? How did they miss that? Could it be that these social media influencers are blind to what's really going on, since they're so busy publishing their own often wrong hot take narratives on current events? You know, there's Uncover DC, federal executions about to return. They're about the return of rule of law. Last federal executions in 2001, Timothy McVeigh, Juan Raul Garza, under George W. Bush. Although I would kind of like to talk to Timothy McVeigh. Not sure we have the real story there, but. All right, so what is this? HR 867. Let me run a search on HR. What was that? HR 867. I heard they pulled this one and they're not going to be voting on it now. Why was it even close? Multiple bills labeled HR 867. Anti-Boycott Act to extend provisions to international government organizations prohibiting Americans from participating in boycotts of U.S. allies imposed or promoted by these organizations. Why can't you boycott? Opposition and critics, including Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie, two people that are usually above the target, argue that it infringes on First Amendment rights by penalizing boycott participation, potentially compelling speech or business transaction. They say it's an overreach that could suppress peaceful protest. And the bill's withdrawal from a scheduled vote suggests significant pushback. So it's been withdrawn, as it should have been. But why did it even get to this point in the first place? NED needs to go away. I don't know how to say that. I know how to read it. I don't know how to say it. Boycott is a bunk bed for kids, for two brothers. So yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene says, I'm voting no. It's my job to defend Americans' rights to buy or boycott whomever they choose without the government harshly fining them or imprisoning them. Why did this even get to this point? You know, this just gives more credence to the people that say Israel controls the United States. America is run by Israel, Mossad, the deep state are the Jews. This is where all of this stuff comes from. When you see something like this, you got the Israeli flag on here. Representative Mike Lawler sponsored this. They're calling it the IGO Anti-Boycott Act. Prison sentence of 20 years, fines of $1 million for Americans participating in boycotts of Israel or its settlements if these boycotts are endorsed by international bodies like the UN or the EU. So the EU and the UN can go pound sand. We don't take our marching orders from them. We're a sovereign nation. But the fact that these things get close to becoming law is terrifying. We have a First Amendment. You don't get to usurp that. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, what I don't understand is why we're voting on a bill on behalf of other countries and not the president's executive orders that are for our country. So she's voting no. Thomas Massey says, I agree. I'll be voting no on this bill as well. And now I guess they've pulled it from the vote. But how did it get here in the first place? It's blatantly anti-American. You can be for whatever you want and against whatever you want. And all this does, it throws more logs on the fire to the people that say that Jews run the world. Israel controls the White House. Trump is a Zionist. AIPAC runs Congress. America's been overthrown. No, not by the Islamic Caliphate. No, not by the narco human smugglers. No, not by insert scapegoated group here. But it's by Israel, by the Jews. And then it just continues. And the anger grows. Why was this even almost brought to a vote to begin with? You're not allowed. This is a compulsion to purchase products. This is exactly what should have doomed Obamacare. Exactly. You must purchase a product. Well, that's not in the Constitution. You don't have to purchase a product. Well, you're not allowed to boycott. What? That's my choice, whatever I decide to spend money on, not yours. It's ridiculous that something like this even got close to becoming a law in the United States. It's ridiculous. And by the way, that's not saying anything mean about Israel or Jews. It's just common sense that nothing like that has any place being anywhere near the United States of America. And I want to know about the people that pushed it and to what ends, who funded them. And we really have to have a conversation about who is trying to manipulate our Congress and the United States. Anyway. Here's the Alcatraz statement from President Trump. Rebuild and open Alcatraz. For too long, America has been plagued by vicious, violent, and repeat criminal offenders. And by the way, that's kind of the biggest part here. You know, there's a lot of things you could say, well, somebody made a bad decision. They'll be penalized and, you know, they'll have a chance to re-enter society. But if you do it again, how about 2 strikes and you're out? We don't owe it to society to keep putting monsters into our streets to abuse our people. We need to protect our people. Rebuild and open Alcatraz. For too long, America has been plagued by vicious, violent, and repeat criminal offenders, the dregs of society who will never contribute anything other than misery and suffering. When we were a more serious nation in times past, we did not hesitate to lock up the most dangerous criminals and keep them far away from anyone they could harm. That's the way it's supposed to be. No longer will we tolerate these serial offenders who spread filth, bloodshed, and mayhem on our streets. That's why today I'm directing the Bureau of Prisons, together with the Department of Justice, FBI, and Homeland Security, to reopen a substantially enlarged and rebuilt Alcatraz to house America's most ruthless and violent offenders. We will no longer be held hostage to criminals, thugs, and judges. Oh, hold on now. Hold on now. Okay, I think I got it. This is going to be for the judges, the traitors. There's your repeat offender right there. Ooh. Will no longer be held hostage to criminals, thugs, and judges that are afraid to do their job and allow us to remove criminals who came into our country illegally. The reopening of Alcatraz will serve as a symbol of law, order, and justice. We will make America great again. From Donald Trump on Truth Social. Keep your eyes peeled on this one. Dr. Malouf says it's legally forbidden for Muslim women and girls to wear a hijab inside schools in France. They must remove it before entering. Should this be applied throughout Europe? I think it's disgusting to treat women this way. To make them walk around in a Halloween costume all day long, covering their face like a ghost. I don't understand how this is permitted. It's abusive to women. That's abuse. Agree or disagree? Liz Churchill is reporting crazy times. The province of Alberta. David Bann, check this out. The province of Alberta submitted a petition to become the 51st state of America.
Is leading that group, a lawyer from Alberta. He has that delegation behind him. Jeff, how big is your delegation? Tell me the feeling you are for joining America.
Hundreds of Albertans that are reaching out and volunteering to join our delegation. Right now, our group is very small. We're, it's a steering committee of,
Alberta making petitions to become the 51st state of America. Let's keep our eyes peeled on that. C3 is asking for some truth. Asking if Fauci knew if remdesivir and ventilators were killing people, and why did he still push it as hospital protocol? By the way, banning alternative treatments. They told me as my brother was dying under their air quote care, they only had specific protocol that they must use. They had to put him on remdesivir. They had to give him a ventilator. And they banned ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. They're saying, was Fauci the actual virus? Was Fauci pure evil, and should he be the first to pay? Dear God Almighty, please let me live long enough to see justice raining down on Anthony Fauci for what he did to my family and millions of other families out there. One size fits all protocol for COVID. Fuck you, Fauci. Oh, I want him. I want him. If it's my, I've talked about this enough. You know what I mean. I'm not going to go into it again. Let's go get Fauci. All right. So Elon Musk has built a city called Starbase in Texas. Look at this. Dude is playing Sim City. Oh, damn it. There's music here. I hate when music is on here because then I can't play it without YouTube limiting the reach. But look at this. Elon built a city. Just, oh yeah, by the way, add it to the list of accomplishments. Occupy Mars. I want to go live in Starbase. Starbase, Texas, y'all. Astra School? Yeah, engineers and building. That's awesome. I'm guessing it's generic music is music I can't play. Stargate, Sea Turtle Rescue. There are builders and there are destroyers. Democrats, deep state, are destroyers. MAGA are builders. I'll choose builders every day of the week. How cool is that? Starbase. Soon we're going to be putting this out in space, huh? This post here from Real Robert. It shows Republican State Senator Steve Drazkowski confirming beyond a shadow of a doubt Ilhan Omar did marry her brother and admitted she would do what she had to do to get him papers to stay in the United States. He has the receipts, affidavits, eviction notices, marriage certificate, and other documents, allegedly. There is now a demand for the arrest of Ilhan Omar for crimes including federal tax fraud, federal immigration fraud, federal student loan fraud, and state violations such as perjury, bigamy, incest, kickbacks, and campaign finance abuse, spanning from the East Coast to the Mississippi, including Boston, Washington, New York, Chicago, and Florida. Now, the foreign illegal can F off to prison or back to Somalia. Now she can, well, they said it twice. So check out that 15-minute video and tell me, do you agree or disagree that that's happening and that we have that information? Amuse shows Islamification. Things are getting so bad in Texas, comma, Islam critics in Europe are sounding the alarm. This is Islam in Texas. What is going on? Brian Cates' new Substack. Alcatraz had the busiest death house in the federal system until it closed. All right, so if you can't see what's coming at this point, you're just not trying. Also, they're expanding Guantanamo. So if the arrests are coming, let's let it happen already. Mila Joy says Laura Loomer single-handedly found a crime that Hunter Biden committed that occurred after the dates of the presidential pardon. He fled to South Africa after he heard he was about to be subpoenaed. He signed a declaration that he and his lawyers submitted to the federal court in Los Angeles under oath with penalty of perjury when he's saying he's broke and millions of dollars in debt. Yet he's living the high life, spending money like water. This could send Hunter Biden to prison. No one sniffs out stories like Laura Loomer. I'm in awe. So go check out these documents and see if you agree or disagree. Illuminati Bot points this out. This is allegedly, they call it, Kenneth, they do. The nurses called that run death is near. They called that drug run death is near. David saying my anger is justified. I agree. I'm generally against torture. I really am. Knowing how my brother was tortured for weeks, couldn't breathe. Watching my mom struggle every time she took her respirator off. I mean, the beginning of COVID killed my mom. The end of COVID killed my brother. I mean, yeah, I agree. My anger is justified. Not going to go down that rabbit hole today. But yeah, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my family. Prepare for justice. This is allegedly a coin of the Vatican in 1985 showing a plane with huge chemtrails coming out the back, allegedly. Never seen this coin, but have you ever seen this? Is this real? And in case you missed it, here's Stephen Miller saying why Kamala Harris owes Americans an apology.
The only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden, and remember she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country. And we're never going to stop talking about this because what they did to this country is unforgivable. It is an eternal stain on the Democrat Party.
Agreed.
Every day we read another story. Every day we arrest another alien they let into this country who raped a child, who beat a woman within an inch of her life, who murdered a mom, who murdered a dad, who trafficked drugs into this country, who trafficked fentanyl into this country, who are responsible for dead and slaughtered Americans. And I don't know what's broken in the Washington press corps, that none of that moves them emotionally. The only thing that gets them exercised is, do we need to have more trials for terrorist supporters? Do we need to have more trials for gangbangers? Do we need to have more trials for illegal alien invaders? Even though Congress and the Constitution clearly say that you can expel invaders and illegal aliens quickly, efficiently, and properly. This president has literally saved America, and I could not be prouder. As I know Caroline feels the same way, to come every single day to this building where we have a leader sitting in office whose first, last, and every thought is the safety, prosperity, security, and sovereignty of the citizens. That's an important word, people.
Sovereignty. Sovereignty just won the Kentucky Derby, people.
Whose first, last, and every thought is the safety, prosperity, security, and sovereignty of the citizens. That's an important word, people. Citizens of this republic.
Bravo. What is this? Ilhan Omar in a video. Let's listen to her in her own words.
No, in jidadkeennii aan wada dhisano. Anigu waan ahay gabar Mareykanka laga doortay.
I'm an American migrant.
Oo Congresska Mareykanka.
In the U.S. Congress. Now, by the way, End Wokeness put this out, KAAD TV. I don't know the context of this. I don't know if the translation is accurate. But I'll tell you what they're reporting the translation is. If any of this is inaccurate, let me know. I can't let you hear her talk because she is speaking not in English. So I'll have to do it for her. We must fix our roads.
In jidadkeennii aan wada dhisano. Anigu waan ahay gabar
American
Mareykanka laga doortay oo Congresska Mareykanka ku jirto. Laakiin waxaan ahay gabar Soomaaliyeed.
I am a Somali girl.
Gabar idinku jinsi ah, gabar idinku af ah, gabar idinku diin ah.
Your language and religion. That was a young child taken from her country.
Wadankeedii laga kaxeeyo
wiilkiisa u qabto in maalin live there. Hold on. If you miss your country and wish to live there, why don't you go there? You have means. This is very disingenuous if the translation's accurate. And share with its people. I am hopeful in the future that me and my children will be able to raise our kids in this land where I was born and raised. So she wants to go back to Somalia. Why isn't she? To make that possible. There's a lot that we need to work on together. Make our land more stable and prosperous place. It is felt by all.
No.
She doesn't sound like an American. She sounds like a foreigner who's infiltrated our government. I'm a Somali girl taken from my country. I miss my country, and I dream of living in Somalia again. Why is this person a United States representative? I for the life of me, I just don't understand why this is happening. How can somebody who's a Somalian who dreams of living in her country again, who misses her country, who was taken from her country, why is the United States letting non-Americans, non-America-born Americans, hold positions of power in our Congress? If this conversation, if it's properly translated, if this doesn't reek of anti-American sentiment or America second sentiment or a foreign nation taking priority over what she's supposed to be doing in this country, I don't know what would. ICE in Oklahoma arrested Mexican national Carlos Ambriz, previously deported. He was convicted. Oh, he was previously deported, but he came back. He's convicted of murdering his own child. And Democrats fight to keep people like him in the country. So that story in Oklahoma, by the way, according to Gateway Pundit, ICE is responding to accusations of an illegal raid in Oklahoma after Democrats accused ICE of raiding the wrong house and terrorizing a U.S. citizen family in Oklahoma. The Department of Homeland Security fired back, beginning their official statement on X with a blunt response. Wrong. Is there one place where this is instead of several different posts? Homeland Security. There we go. The April 24th, and this is at least according to Homeland Security. We'll wait and see how this shakes out. I'm not believing one side over the other, but I'm trying to understand it. The April 24 Oklahoma ICE operation was a lawful, court-authorized action explicitly targeting a property that was a hub for human smuggling, not specific individuals, as falsely suggested by media reports. And by the way, if you've ever lived with these hubs in your neighborhood, as I have, at least twice now, yeah, you go after the house, the owner of the house. You go after the residents inside. This is an ongoing problem. Trust me, the neighbors know where the problems are coming from. They know when a house turns into 7-Eleven and there's 13 people living in a 2-bedroom. They know when it's different faces all the time and it's a human trafficking hub. Trust me, we see it. Trust me, we know. So they're saying that the court-authorized action was targeting the property. The day prior to the search warrant issuance and the day of the search warrant, Homeland Security agents conducted themselves and confirmed via utility records that a member of the Lima Lopez transnational criminal organization was still paying utilities at the residence. That's sort of damning. The warrant issued by a federal judge was based on an 84-page affidavit detailing probable cause that the address served as a stash house for human smuggling, authorizing the seizure of evidence such as electronic devices and documents, regardless of who was present. The warrant targeted the property itself, not specific individuals, and its execution was not contingent on the presence of any person. HSI, with Oklahoma State Police support, executed the warrant with precision, seizing electronic devices as authorized. This court-authorized search was a critical strike against a dangerous human smuggling network in furtherance of our mission to protect American communities from the chaos unleashed by the Biden administration's open border policies. This is an ongoing investigation, and we have not ruled out current occupants' involvement in the smuggling ring. So they're not ruled out. They might definitely be a part of it. But the Dems House Judiciary are saying armed federal agents stormed a home in Oklahoma where U.S. citizens lived, including 3 children, and terrorized a family because ICE had the wrong address. This is Trump's America. Lawless raids, shredded warrants, and zero accountability. Democrats are fighting to stop taxpayer dollars from funding this assault on due process. So, we're trying to ask if the Oklahoma raid was misreported, and if so, by who? They're saying it wasn't botched. So before you let somebody hit you with a news story and run roughshod with an agenda, with a narrative, always pause and 72-hour rule. Take a few days and figure out what are the details of the case before you go along with it, before you get down on your side. The deep state Democrats, they revel in that. They revel in getting you to hate your own team. Charlie Kirk here was saying tomorrow, which is today, the House will vote on H.R. 867. He says it's a bill that would criminalize private boycotts of Israel, fines of $1 million, prison time of 20 years. Bills like this only create more anti-Semitism and play into growing narratives that Israel is running the U.S. government. That's what I was saying. In America, you are allowed to hold differing views. You're allowed to disagree and protest, agree to disagree. We've allowed far too many people who hate America to move here from abroad. But the right to speak freely is the birthright of all Americans. The bill should not pass. Any Republican that votes for this bill will expose themselves. We are watching very closely, and I guess they took it off already. When you try to figure out why is President Trump going so hard with illegal aliens, here's the reason.
An FBI assessment that was unclassified.
FBI unclassified an assessment. This is Stephen Miller explaining what's going on with Tren de Aragua, Venezuela, what they're being trained to do.
That said that the Maduro regime is using and planning to use Tren de Aragua terrorists to carry out assassination plots on American soil. Now, very few in this room covered that. I'll let you all ask yourselves why you didn't cover it and why your editors didn't assign that story to you. Something I think you should think about on your own. But this is a earth-shattering piece of news. The Biden administration imported the terrorist army that our own FBI assesses is planning assassination strikes on American soil against critics of the Maduro regime. Those are the terrorists that President Trump is finding and apprehending that our Democrat judges and Democrat activists are trying to keep on U.S. soil. Tren de Aragua has the same legal status as Al-Qaeda and ISIS. MS-13 has the same legal status as Al-Qaeda and ISIS. These are foreign terrorists operating on our soil. And our gratitude to El Salvador for agreeing to take custody of these terrorists is immense.
There you go. Venezuela training TDA terrorists to assassinate Americans. Get them out. Matt Van Swol is writing, just, he started writing publicly because FEMA was failing. Biden was doing next to nothing. President Trump came in and put someone in charge of FEMA that cared about us. And then people started turning on him, losing friends. He gets swatted by crazed leftists in the middle of the night, publicly attacked for helping people. They came after his job and his family. It's madness. It's absurd, and it has to stop. Not sure how to get out of it. But yeah, we invited him on the show. We've reached out to him a few times because we're very connected to that Hurricane Helene story with the documentary we made, of course. 3 people have been arrested in California for a home invasion, a murder, and robbery. So let's listen. Who are they and why?
It is very shocking for such a nice neighborhood full of kids and people walking their dogs. I just spoke to LAPD again. They're not yet going to release if the victim knew the suspects or if this is related to any similar home invasions that has just about every corner of LA on edge. Leaves rustling and children laughing. A typical afternoon on De La Osa Street in this quiet Woodland Hills neighborhood. And quite the contrary to the horror suffered inside this home over the weekend.
School right across the street and the kids be playing. You know, this is a good neighborhood for some stuff like this to happen in it.
Saturday morning, police say 47-year-old Alexandre Motabatsi was beaten to death during a home invasion.
He seemed like a very nice guy, always out with his dog. I have 2 dogs, and, you know, very friendly. I think it's very sad what happened to him.
LAPD detectives say they've caught the 3 culprits, all charged with murder, after investigators say the men held the victim captive, assaulted, and killed him.
I woke up the next day and just saw yellow tape everywhere.
Living 2 doors down from the murder?
It's shocking. I'm scared to go to sleep at night, because what if it's my house?
A valid concern after similar scares just over a week ago. In Sherman Oaks, police say a family was forced to hide inside a bedroom after intruders broke in, leaving the injured mother crying on the curb with one of her kids. And Hollywood, police say men barged in and maced a person who was in the mansion before taking off with jewelry. Investigators.
We need to start stringing these people up in the town square. Monsters preying on Americans. Fuck that. We got to start getting harsh on these dirtbags. This is not seeing a bike on the side of the, you know, they're like, oh, I don't know, there's a bike laying out, I'm just going to take it. And you're like, all right, that was bad. You shouldn't have done that. And here you're going to serve some time and you're going to be on probation. Don't do it again or else you're not coming out. Like, you don't accidentally get into a home invasion and then beat somebody to death. Like, you're a monster. You can go to hell and we can help you speed up the process with an execution. After you're found guilty by a jury of your peers. There is no point in allowing monsters like this to roam our society. Zero. It's just happening everywhere.
Have not yet said if they believe any of these recent home invasions are connected to this latest strike in Woodland Hills.
Wherever, I just pray for the victim's family. And
yeah, but in Libs of TikTok, they didn't even mention that they're Georgian nationals in our country illegally. I guess that wasn't part of the story.
They seek justice for what happened, you know.
Or did they save that part for the very last phrase here?
LAPD is still investigating, but cameras at the neighbors' houses could be key in helping police get to the bottom of this and figuring out the motive of why this man had to lose his life. Isn't it is very...
Well, anyway, we'll see if they're Georgian nationals. That was not in the story. Hey, remember this? Never forget. Look at this shit. This is what an invading force does in the world. Never forget that Joe Biden sent forklifts to open the border when Texas built a razor wall barrier. Democrats love stealing elections. Look at this. Opening up our border to let illegal alien invaders into America. Never forget what the Democrats are up to. Never give them power again. Never vote for them. Vote against them every chance you get. This is an act of war. This is an act of treason. You don't sneak in the back door. You walk in the front door, show your ID, pay your cover charge. Let's do the criminal background check. It all starts and stops with that. But Biden did the opposite. This post here from Rothmus. Hey, do you know why China isn't concerned about climate change? That's because they already have a communist government. And that's what you get to issue in. I didn't play you the video before. Play it here.
Did you call him a nigger, the child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the nigger word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my own business. You call him a nigger? Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody digging into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a nigger?
Yeah.
The little child?
What if he acts like one, he's gonna...
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child.
So she's saying that this kid was stealing her kid's stuff.
5-year-old, a nigger, the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
Huh.
Fuck off.
Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you. You call him a nigger?
So this guy's videoing to dox her, to put her life in jeopardy. So she's raised money, more than $600,000. Actually, this was like yesterday. I wonder what that's up to. Where is this? Fundraiser not found. Well, where is it? Trying to get the new number. Her claim is that she was being stolen from, and so she used a bad word. Give, send, go is not showing this. It's hosted on Give, Send, Go, Help Me Protect My Family. I'm not seeing an update. I can't even find it. No, I haven't donated, but they're trying to ruin this woman's life. It might be this one. All right, I think I found it. So this guy records her and threatens her. So let's see what the internet has to say about this. So now she's where is this at? I've been put into a very dire situation. I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park. I called the kid out for what he was. Another man, who we recently found out has a history with law enforcement, proceeded to record me and follow me to my car. Then he posted these videos online, which caused my family and myself great turmoil. My social security number has been leaked, my address and phone number given out freely, family members being attacked. My eldest child may not be going back to school. Even where I exercise has been exposed. So her whole life is... And then she's trying to raise funds to protect her family. $667,000 right now. Yes, Winnie the Pooh and Tigger. There you go. So that's happening. Where's the... Go back here. So anyway, she's over 623,000. Now it's 667 on Give, Send, Go. Looking for $1 million to help her relocate. According to the fundraiser, she remains defiant for using the slur against the child, saying, I called the kid out for what he was. She was previously setting a $100,000 target, now asking for $1 million. Anything will help. We cannot and will not live in fear. I believe that happened in Minnesota. This one, Oil London TV. Minnesota homicides. You know, kind of showing which demographics are committing the most homicides. This one here is saying that, I don't know how to pronounce this name, and I don't know if this is accurate, but the accusation is that from Imperfect Believer, Sharmake Bele Omar. Is that Ilhan Omar? I don't know if they're related. A Somali father who confronted Shiloh Hendricks after she called his autistic son the N-word. So I've heard it reported that he's a 5-year-old autistic kid. I've heard it reported he's a 9 to 11-year-old kid, not autistic. I've heard that this guy has a history. I think that's in the next panel here. that he's a pedophile who was arrested for raping and kidnapping a 16-year-old girl years ago. Allegedly, Mohammed Hussein Omar and Sharmake Bele Omar, 2 Rochester men set to appear in court May 5th on joint charges of 3rd and 5th degree criminal conduct after being accused of raping a 16-year-old after offering her a place to stay. KIMT3 News reported in February 23, according to this post, charges dropped against a Rochester men, both of them, who were accused of abusing a teen victim. In the interests of justice, they didn't go after 2 child abusers. So they're saying that Minnesota is protecting child abusers and that these people are doxing people and putting hits out on Americans. They're doxing and putting out hits. They didn't like that she used a mean word in response to her being stolen from. That's the allegations of the story in a nutshell. It's a comedic post here, but it says this has led Vladimir Zelensky to come up with a new policy saying, I will say the N-word if you send money. This guy is just slaughtering hundreds of thousands of his people while he continues to push for NATO, push for weapon systems on the border of Russia. That's not going to happen. Pushing to get Crimea back that was lost under Obama. And he doesn't seem to want peace, but he will take more money. He'll even say the N-word if you'll give him more money. Of course, I covered this. MTG said no, not voting for this pro-Israel. Lock you up for 20 years unless you purchase Israel products. You'll be fined $1 million if you don't agree with Israel on every topic, even the ones that contradict the others. Anyway. This story is massive. I don't like talking about Jew stories, Palestine stories. I don't like talking about black and white stories. I hate them. They're just gross. Every angle you look at, it's just gross, slimy things under the rocks. I don't like lifting the rocks up. Now, I do prefer talking about stories like this. Wall Street Apes reporting. Well, let's just listen to this guy from Riverside County talking about Democrats in Sacramento. Deb, are you still here? Deb in Sacramento?
People that aren't calling it a homeless crisis or anything. It's a homeless industrial complex because there are thousands and thousands of people making millions and millions of dollars off the homeless. And if we fix the homeless and cause them to all go away, all of those people lose their money.
And that's what people are accusing Big Pharma of doing. They haven't cured shit in the past 100 years, but they'll sure as hell sell you a pill to mitigate your side effects. It sure seems like Big Pharma has zero interest in curing anybody. Now, maybe that's fair, maybe that's unfair, but they're saying if they do that, they'll have no customers. So, of course, they want you sick. But they want you sick on something manageable where they can drain every last dollar from you, hold you upside down like Suge Knight allegedly did to Vanilla Ice back in the day, over a balcony, threatening you, blackmailing you, extorting you, stealing from you like a Somali at a park in Minnesota.
All of those businesses lose their funding. All of those nonprofits lose their funding. And so this special interests relationship that between lobbyists and special interests and Sacramento legislators with the kickbacks and the free trips and the business trips and everything else, that's keeping this going. They can't solve the homeless problem, or they won't be able to launder all of our taxpayer money back into these businesses and these organizations that are supposed to be helping it.
Yeah, so who owns those businesses?
The people that are not going to be in favor of me being governor. People that we don't.
Okay. Well, then Chad Bianco, maybe he should be governor. I like the cut of his jib. Hey, let's check in the UK. How are things going in the United Kingdom? You know, Great Britain. Minnesota lost its way, and they've been invaded by Somalis and others from enclaves in the border. What's the United Kingdom doing? How's Great Britain doing? Does this look like Great Britain? Everything's okay. Not sure the context of this video, but Amuse is reporting that UK is not okay. So what is the Democrat plan? Why would they open the borders and flood America with non-Americans from every country? I'm not against any particular country in general, specifically per se. It's about anybody from anywhere. There should be a very small amount of immigration and required assimilation. Not what they did in Springfield, Ohio, doubling their population or putting 50% of their population. Something like Springfield, Ohio has 60,000 people and they dumped 30,000 from Haiti. Adding 50% of your population, permanently changing your city, your state, your culture, your beliefs, your shared history, your camaraderie, your language and communication abilities overnight because there was a company or two that needed more workers. So instead of working with the Americans, they dumped foreigners into your country, in your community, your backyard. Either that's okay or not okay. England is also turned upside down. Canada is upside down. Ireland, Scotland, France, Spain, Germany, upside down, upside down, upside down, upside down. Why is that? Oh, Chucky Schumer will tell you why that is. It's their plan. This isn't a crisis. This is the Obama doctrine. This is flooding sovereign nations with enough moochers so that they will be on government assistance forever and they will vote Democrat forever. And you will not be able to overturn what happened. And they will have more children than you. Look at the per capita. Look at what's happened. I've showed you charts today about the birth rates that Americans are not having enough children. Give it a generation or two, and American citizens will be outnumbered in their own country by people who snuck in the back door, or better yet, came in because Biden, through Obama and his ilk, lifted the razor wire with a forklift because Chuck Schumer is out here preaching this.
The only way we're going to have a great future in America is...
The only way we're going to have a great future in America is what? Bringing manufacturing back, screening out all the poisonous people, rapists and murderers at our southern border, stopping human trafficking and the abuse of children. I agree. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Chuck Schumer has a totally different vision of the only way to make America great.
The only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants, the dreamers, and all of them. Because
why is that? Why does that make anything better? You didn't explain why.
Immigrants, the dreamers, and all of them. Because our ultimate goal is to help the dreamers, but get a path to citizenship for all 11 million or however many undocumented there are here.
Because they want to turn all these imported people into citizens so they can vote Democrat forever and no Republican can ever hold office. And that $36 trillion on a credit card tab is going to double. All the NGOs are going to keep stealing your money to fund organizations that hate you, to destroy the country. That's who the Democrats are. That's who Chuck Schumer is. That's what they're pushing and promoting. We said retire every traitorous Democrat. Never vote for that party. They hate America. Propaganda. Trump versus Harris. Real clear politics. Trump versus Biden before 21. Look at that. Oh, what a swing. They had Harris on top. Oh, yeah, Harris is going to win the election. Still no explanations or apologies or comments. They're spreading ideas, information, or rumor for the purpose of helping or injuring an institution, a cause, or a person. Fake polls on President Trump's level of popular support, relentlessly trying to influence you with their fake polls. They're still doing it. Hey, here, Real Robert is sharing this video. You guys will agree with this. This is calling for justice, because if we're not going to fix what has happened, the things that are about to happen are going to be just as bad. You have to have justice. Where are the freaking indictments?
We cannot move forward.
General Michael Flynn.
The nation cannot move forward. I don't care how good our how much Trump, adjusts the economy, and he will. But we cannot move forward unless people are held accountable. And I mean very, very senior people, and they all know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about, and I've said it many times. It's the start with Obama and work your way down, right? I mean, And, maybe you don't throw a former president into prison, but maybe you do. Maybe, maybe somebody says, well, who directed you, John Brennan? Who directed you, Jim Clapper? Who directed you, Susan Rice? Under oath, under the lights, and with the threat of prison. Okay. And so who directed you? Well, if they say nothing, okay, then that's fine.
It was Obama. It was the Obama doctrine. He thought he was invincible.
Then you're going to go to prison. You're going to prison. You're going to prison for treason. Okay. Treason. That's a very strong word. It's a very strong word. And like all these pardons, right? These pardons, the only thing that can't overcome a pardon is treason, is the commitment of treason. I mean, I get called a traitor all the time. And, I say, well, wait a second. And, so if I'm a traitor, why am I walking the streets, right? If I committed treason, why am I walking the streets? I was never charged with that. They dismissed my case because they lied, right? And so, you think Mueller and Wiseman, Andrew Wiseman, who was the deputy to Mueller, would have let me go had I was a traitor or that I committed treason? The treason was committed against me as not just Mike Flynn, an Army general, but the national security advisor by a duly elected president of the United States. The income or the outgoing administration under Barack H. Obama committed treason. They committed a conspiracy to undermine a duly elected president, and it hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped.
It hasn't stopped. And if you want this stuff to stop, you have to indict. You have to jail. Can't move forward unless people are held accountable. Did you see this? This was trending. I'm like, all right, let me click on this. I'm like, okay, I guess we're here now.
Walmart really.
I don't know. I'm just seeing what people are talking about. They're talking about this. Walmart.
Not even gonna lie to y'all. Walmart really making me not even want to be gay no more.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Walmart making me not want to be gay anymore.
Not even gonna lie to y'all. Walmart really making me not even want to be gay no more.
You gay, ready to slay. Bye, babe.
We could just go ahead and skip Pride Month because.
It says Homo Estás. That's a shirt that Walmart's selling. Homo Estás. Lesbian. You gay, ready to slay. So there's that. If you missed it. Good job, Walmart. Brandon Straka is kind of going after Scott Pressler. I've interviewed Scott Pressler. I think he did a lot of good work, but they have a rift there. So we're asking Brandon Straka to join our show. Whether he will or not, I don't know, but I did reach out and ask him to. So we shall see. Okay, this is what I was telling you about earlier. Camille Paglia Stan fan account says, as I've been saying from the beginning, Carmelo Anthony was in that team's tent looking to steal because that's where the team kept their bags and valuables. He killed someone because he couldn't steal. Now, I posted, well, I'll tell you what I posted in response. But they say here, Dark Brandon says, I'm from Allen, Texas. Carmelo went to school with my grandson, and my grandson told us about Carmelo having sticky fingers. The tents are set up for the team to keep their equipment out of the sun and the rain, in place to keep personnel belongings secure. This is why they don't want anyone in their team area. Carmelo has been known to go through other players' bags and students' backpacks. Carmelo has been caught at school stealing, and his reaction is to throw fists. Like that one student said, I know that he gets in fights, but, this is just something else. I don't know about him doing that. And you're like, oh, so he's a violent person, according to that interview that we played on the show, I think Saturday. Thank you. What does it say? Thrown fist. It will probably come out in the trial. Now, these are accusations. I don't know what to say about that. I don't know if any of that is accurate. But what we said in response was, as with all stories, we don't know all the facts, all the factors at play. Let me change the screen size. We hope the trial will explain everything. As usual, we urge caution in jumping to any conclusion about a high-profile story, especially when there's a racial narrative that could be exploited. I think our reaction to that was pretty fair. We're looking at a lot right now, considering a lot of different options. And it's a good idea to not jump to conclusions without having information. What is this? Dame Andrea Jenkins. It's not BBC. What is this? LBC? Creating an environment where economic illegal migrants, mainly men, are coming to Britain because, well, let's just listen to this. You said, David, you said England is lost. Let's listen to this conversation here. I'm not familiar with Dame Andrea Jenkins or anything, but
no, I haven't. But the fact is, I mean, I just like you and everybody else, we see on YouTube. Yes.
I'm not trying to trick you. I'm asking. And the only reason I'm asking is because having reported from there quite extensively myself, I can say that one of the things that local French people hate most about that is seeing people in tents. So much so that the French police confiscate their tents. So it would seem a bit of a curious policy to try and emulate.
No, I mean, look, it happens in other countries and also, but we've got to get to my whole countries. Look, my whole point of making this statement is that we are soft touch Britain, and you know, we're acting like honey, bees to honey, by putting people in hotels, by, you know, they get the accommodation, they get their food paid. I mean, look, some conservative-led councils have even paid for driving lessons. This is taxpayers' money, and it should actually be tents, not rent. It should actually be, and British people are charitable, Lewis, but they're struggling themselves now. Energy costs are at an all-time high. Mortgage rates, I mean, my mortgage went up £800 a month when the fixed rate finished. So I know what it's like to struggle as a single parent. And so people are struggling. So why should the British people be putting people in hotels out of their own pocket when
you'd be happy
they
to
work
see,
so
you'd be
hard?
happy, you'd be content, as the Mayor of Greater Lincolnshire can have a role in this, if there are roads with people in with tents, you're content with that?
It's got to be a confined area. I mean, I have to say, this isn't a reform policy.
If there were children, should they be in tents?
The fact
this, I don't know who this interviewer is, but it's like, who do you care about? Do you care about the people of your country? Why do you seem to care more about people that don't belong there?
Children, should they be in tents?
The fact is, we've got to stop the pull to Britain with this. And why are we paying these millions and millions of pounds to France when people come from a safe country such as France to come here? We should be sending them back to France.
So if there were children in Lincolnshire, unaccompanied migrants, and they were in tents on the
Oh God, they love playing their straw men. They love putting the most sympathetic case possible to just say, hey, there's a small percentage of this thing happening, so let's ignore the 99%. Just focus on this one little case. Focus on Kilmar. Let's focus on just the Oklahoma man. Yeah, it was a flop house for illegal alien smuggling, but you know, that was an American citizen. What about the kids? Don't you want to do it for the kids? Won't somebody think of the children? He said.
Roadside.
Well, how are they going to get
message
here
is
in the
okay.
first place? You know,
I know, but once they are here, if they're in a tent, that's okay with you.
What percentage is actually children? Look, the majority of them
There
is
are some.
actually but the majority is economic migrants, Lewis. They've got the mobile phones. It's usually young men who come across, and we've got to stop this pull to Britain. We've got to be able to push back on this.
One more thing, Dame Andrew.
Mayor of Greater Lincolnshire.
Because this could be in your...
So that's what's going on in England. Chicago Ray puts this video out. It's from Frontlines. Well, it's a 3-minute clip. I'm not going to play it, but look at the housing that illegal. Well, I'll play you the first.
How much is rent here?
free.
Rent here is free.
2 years, 2 years.
After 2 years, we have to pay the rent.
All right, y'all, this is Savannah Hernandez in Brunswick, Maine, reporting to you from the apartments where migrants are getting their rent paid for up to 2 years. Now, I wanted to give you guys a first inside look at these units. The migrants shared with us that they come furnished, so they have a flat screen TV in there, couches, tables and chairs, a bed. We also asked them as well, hey, are you paying utilities here? They shared with us that nope, they do not have a water bill, they do not have an electricity bill.
And what about the light and the water?
Everything is good.
So isn't that great? People that are not American are living scot-free while you're busting your ass. This doesn't enrage you, nothing will. Also, how about this? Thought of the day here. The human impact on Mount Everest. It's just piles and piles of rubbish discarded. Why isn't somebody taking this stuff out of there? This looks like a Democrat-run city. Someone should be cleaning up Mount Everest. That's pretty wild. This is a conversation. Michael Saylor talking about how Bitcoin is demonetizing real estate and how people are purchasing all sorts of properties and just holding on to them because they don't want to invest in other places. Skechers agrees to be acquired by an investment firm 3G Capital in a $9.4 billion deal, and they'll see the shoemaker go private. Transaction expected to close in the third quarter of the year. That team up north, head coach Sharon Moore is expected to be suspended for 2 games in the 25 season due to self-imposed sanctions by the university for the Connor Stallions advanced scouting scandal. And we said this is nuts. That team up north should be stripped of their fraudulent championship, and the coaching staff needs to be removed and replaced. NCAA football allowed M to cheat their way to a title and rob the other teams of a chance. Shame on the NCAA. Here's an image. Happy Cinco de Mayo. From migrant to my rent. Where's the page? There we go. Image of the day. Happy Cinco de Mayo. It's President Trump at the drive-through window, like when he was at McDonald's, except he's working Taco Bell. That's a funny image. By the way, you can be pro-Mexico, you can be pro-Latin culture and be against illegal breaking into your country. You can be very against illegal criminals getting in that are ruining it for the rest of you because they're coming here and abusing Americans. So you want to be angry, be mad at the ones that abuse the privilege of hanging out in America and ruin it for everyone. That's not my fault. That's the gangbangers' fault. That's the cartel members' fault. It's the human smugglers' fault. It's the criminals, the murderers, the rapists. It's their friggin' fault. It's not ours. I can love Mexico and Taco Bell and Latino culture, Mexican culture, South America, like all of it. Todos. Todos es bueno. I don't know. I don't think anything really deserves to be as ridiculous as it seems to be if you were to listen exclusively to CNN and MSNBC. Cinco de Porto. Have a shot of tequila today? Well, today's the day for it. And this concludes the show. This concludes my prepared remarks. So I'm going to wrap it up for here. Thank you, everybody, for watching. As always, if anyone wants to leave a tip in our tip jar, our TNAM donation links are at the bottom. We're on Patreon. It's a new month, a couple days ago. So thank you to everybody who signed up for monthly contributions on Patreon at The New American Media. Thank you to all of them. Look forward to having many more. We're on Venmo at Brian Engelman, Cash App, $ Brian Engelman, and PayPal at Fuzz Installment. Tequila Mockingbird. Kenneth, you do have a knack for this, for wordplay. Have you ever rapped? Have you ever rapped like Eminem? Actually, I wonder if I could show you this. This dude raps like Eminem. It's hilarious. Let's see. Where's his... Let's go to the shorts. All right, so I why is there no volume? Okay, volume up. Kenneth, I feel like you could rap. Am I right to believe that you could rap? Let me share this screen. I feel like this is Kenneth walking around all day like Little Windex. This dude does an Eminem impression that's like more Eminem than Eminem. I don't know how that even happens. But check this out. This is if Eminem got a parking ticket.
Parking ticket? Come on, dog. I was barely even gone a minute. I literally just walked in to pay the doctor visit in the doctor's clinic basement because I locked a minute. But whatever. Let me guess. It's not your problem, is it? I was not permitted to park here. This lot's restricted. I bet you hate your job, but you ain't got the balls to quit it, which makes sense considering how small you did.
You're parked in a handicap stall?
Oh, shit. I am parked in a Oh, man, I'm sorry, man. Handicap stall, Cabbage Patch stall, that is asphalt. What? You gotta be kidding me. Is that a parking ticket?
The joke being, Kenneth, do you walk around all day like rhyming and thinking of, because like the joke about this is just like, what would Eminem be like on a daily basis?
These activities are exclusive to only.
Couldn't live.
These activities.
Gotta be.
All right, hold on. Little Windex. I'll show you another one. I just think they're great. They're so when he goes down the stair. Where's the stairs? Okay, here we go.
Ah, kids, do you like shit? I just tripped and fell. This isn't well, and I hit my elbow. But no, one was around though. That's good, cause that would have been embarrassing for the second time this week, barreling down the stairs again. Ah, kids.
But I do wonder, Kenneth, you walk around making word associations every day, like you're Eminem. I don't know. I'm trying to remember which one of these I've pre-watched and that I love. I don't even know. I guess, can I sort by? I don't think I can sort by. What if Eminem got lost? Oh, it's a... No, I don't want that. I don't want a commercial plan. I just want to show you Little Windex. Because you're really good with the wordplay, Kenneth.
Change the tire. I gotta change the tire. How do I go about changing the tire? Well, for one, a flat area of pavement's required. Can't be changing the tire on an angle. If I catch you changing the tire on an angle, you're fired. Next, put on the parking brake and go find your jack and spare, which is usually laying inside of your trunk under the base of the liner. Grab your jack, place it under the side of your vehicle, crank it, raise it up higher, and take out your iron.
Oh my god, would you shut the fuck up already and change it? You're so annoying.
Why isn't she changing the tire? Oh, let me guess, because she's lazy and tired and would rather lay inside watching Days of Her Lives with her stupid Pomeranian beside her. Mars Saturn. Make sure you take off the lug nuts and the star pattern, and you are gathering them. Change the tire.
A star pattern. Oh, I mean, this dude is so good. I mean, it sounds just like M. A star pattern. I don't know if I have like a favorite. But I do like I like ending the show on something funny. I do like that. Oh, I do remember this. This one's pretty good. If Eminem went hiking.
Would you hurry up, Dad? Way ahead of you.
Yeah, okay, but you're 9, you're a kid. You don't find this exhausting. I find that it is. I'm 50 years old, dog. I'm tired as shit. Don't know why I committed to climbing up this. Speaking of climbing, my heart rate decided it is, and the sweat on my forehead is piling up quick, and it gets in the corner of my eye when it drifts. It's really annoying, and I want to quit. So if you want to climb to the ridge, you can climb. How the fuck did you get up there?
I'm not saying that. I'm talking to myself.
Okay, well, I'm going back to the car, man. I'm done with this.
You suck at rapping.
It's not gonna work.
MG carries better.
Son of a...
Would you hurry up, Dad? I'm way ahead of you.
Okay, but you're 9, you're a kid. You don't find this exhausting. I find that it is. I'm 50 years old, dog. I'm tired as shit. Don't know why I committed to climbing up this. Speaking of climbing, my heart rate decided it is, and the sweat on my forehead is piling up quick, and it gets in the corner of my eye when it drifts. It's really annoying, and I want to quit. So if you want to climb to the ridge, you can climb.
Anyway, you get the point. I have the vision of Kenneth walking around making word associations all day, because once I get into that mode, it happens to me. When I start getting into Eminem, I start writing. When I start listening to it, I start writing a lot. When I'm trying to write comedy, I start, like, everything I'm doing turns into a punchline, a setup, a premise, a punchline, rhyming. But yeah, it's like a free word association game that Kenneth does, and it's what M does to make his raps. You rap only gifts. Yo. Your mind all day long, dude. Are you serious? Is it something like that? You're always just finding things and finding the jokes in them? I can absolutely relate. Like I said, rhyming things, writing jokes, finding the funny. If I let my brain go down that path, everything, I'm trying to rhyme everything. It's fun, but it's also a curse. Like, no, you don't have a small talent for it. You have a large talent for it, I think. And it's a good thing. But yeah, like in the comments, it's just the comments are like, man, this guy's more Eminem than Eminem. And they find it hilarious to think, what if this is what Eminem's day-to-day life is? Being tormented by everything being a rhyme. And all the basic things that it's like you're getting your kid is annoyed by you, your lady is annoyed by him. It's like, shut the hell up, stop it. But it's like, it's what you're good at. It's what you do. That's kind of the joke. What's another one? I don't know. I could sit here and watch these all day because I've been watching them all day, sort of. When it pops up on my screen, I watch it.
These boxes. Yeah, packing these boxes. Oh man, I'm exhausted from packing these boxes. And my back's feeling all stiff. My neck needs a stretch like giraffes or an ostrich. I think I bit off more than I can chew. Anthony Hopkins. But anyways, back to the topic. I've already packed all the pants and the pots and the crap from my office, the jackets and pants from my closet, the plants. Shut the fuck up! Yeah, whatever. I'm killing you. You don't want to fuck with me. If you do, I ain't packing any cutlery. Packing these boxes.
If you do, I ain't packing any cutlery. You'd be a plain white M&M. I'll be a vanilla M&M. I'll be a white chocolate M&M. No, but this dude is great. Like, it's just like his flows are ridiculous. I recommend them highly. All right. Now I'm signing out on a high note, enjoying it. Once again, tip jar at the bottom. You've heard all the places to follow the New American Media. As always, please don't just follow us on YouTube. Link up with the New American Media on X and Rumble, because those are probably our two favorite platforms at the moment. But we'll be back again tomorrow with another episode of the TNAM AM Show here on the New American Media, because the old American media failed. Signing out. An appreciation from everybody out there in the TNAM universe. I appreciate you. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everyone. Peace. Happy Cinco de Mayo.